What's up, everybody, child? What's up? Where's my own? I don't even know. What's up here? Hold on, let me see. Whew. What's up, y'all? Got back from the gym. I was like, let me go to the gym before I mess with you guys, because talking to y'all can take forever. Forever. Happy Sunday. You ready for tomorrow? I bought this oil. TikTok shop, of course. It's called, the brand is Fable Maine. Okay. You can see this, right? It's a pre-wash. So what does it say? Part your dry hair, massage at least one drop of herb oil to your roots. Leave on for at least 5 minutes overnight. Then shampoo. Okay. Let's see what it does. Okay. Smells good. It was like, I'm gonna oil my scalp. Oh, Lord Jesus. I should have warmed this up. Hey, Susan. I saw you liking all my stories today. She's like, what the heck? I'm like, Susan, I'm like, what the freak? What is going on? Susan, what's up? You started school yet or no? When you start your classes? I just came back. I was like, because I usually wash my hair on Sundays, you guys. I need to wash my hair today. It's been 2 weeks. I'm like, I know my hair's a mess. I'm feeling my hair's dirty as hell. I will use some, let me show you. Wow, you already started? Oh, that's fast. Hey, Valen. What's up? How are the kids? You started school already? Damn, Susan, that's fast. What are you studying again? Hey, what's up? Come on in, people. Today is Sunday. I do my hair on Sundays. So I figured I would come live and watch some videos and do my hair because that's exactly what I was going to do. So I might as well do it. Okay, where's the towel? Hey, Dad, what's up? I'm using this oil, you guys. It's called Fable Maine. Okay, all right, MBA. But you better go ahead, Susan. Get yourself an MBA. I know that's right. You can run layer lashes for me, huh? You can run all my businesses for me. Okay. Good job, Gemini. Good job. Proud of you. That's what's up. All right. So this is supposed to be like a pre-wash oil? Okay. How about this? I'm going to have to use it. Shoot, how about this? All right, y'all. Let's see what's going on in politics. Okay. We'll do a little bit of everything today. We'll see what's out there. What's on my feed. Because congratulations, Susan. Congratulations. Okay. Y'all make sure, if you don't follow Brian, make sure you follow his channel, okay? And watch his videos. Help him to make some money. Let's
and all of this craziness. And remember when President Trump was starting to go through the government, it was letting go of the non-essential workers and people who didn't want to come into the office and those who just did not agree with his agenda. He was going to let them go and give them a 9-month severance pay. And Tim Walz said it was terrible. How dare he force people back into work? One thing he failed to let people know of what's going on in his own home state. So in this video, I'm going to bring you up to speed with exactly what type of backlash and firestorm Tim Walz has going on in his own backyard. Then Tim Walz did an interview with Jake Tapper where the man completely lost his marbles. And I'm going to show you that meltdown when he was called out to the carpet by Jake Tapper. Surprisingly, Jake Tapper did his job and called him out. And Tim Walz fell flat and looked like a deer in headlights. So let's get into what's going on in Minnesota while Tim Walz is running around talking down about President Trump and Elon like Democrats do. Look at the hypocrisy of what's going on in his backyard. And remember, this is a man that has no investments, no stocks, has never owned a business in his life. He has no type of fiscal responsibility record.
Wow.
He has no economic intelligence.
Wow.
Remember, this is the man that lied about being in actual combat. This is the man that lied about how his children were conceived and born.
Yeah.
He never received IVF. So let me get off into that. Let me get into this video. Check this out. This is what's going on with Tim Sugar Walz, Tampon Tim, in his home state.
Minnesota are rallying against a new back to office order. Hundreds of state employees protested outside Governor Tim Walz's mansion on Saturday. Take a look. Comes after Governor Walz announced an order requiring them to work in the office 50% of the time. The governor told reporters he believes it's going to enhance collaboration and mentorship.
But how can people be mad that they have to go back to the office 50% of the time? It's just like, weren't you in the office before? People do too much. Like, he's saying you have to go 50% of the time. So it's like, what, 2-3 days out the week, you got to go back in the office? They can't make that happen. See, we're just too damn entitled.
In addition to helping downtown areas in the Twin Cities thrive with workers actually back in the office. However, workers say they're worried about being productive in the office, as many are also scrambling to find childcare and transportation.
So our members showed up here, thousands of them, because they're mad. We've been doing our work from home for the last 5 years during the pandemic, and we're more productive at home. We don't understand why this is happening.
You see what happens when you give left-wing extremist progressive libtards that type of freedom. Now, all of these people were hired under the pretense, especially those that were there for the pandemic. You drove to work every day. Yep. A once-in-a-lifetime pandemic hits, and all of a sudden you feel it should be the norm. And then you got the inmates telling the warden that they feel they work better at home. And then you say people have to start paying for child care. So what that means is, who's watching your child when you're supposed to be working during the daytime?
Exactly.
Or your children running around and playing when you're supposed to be focused on work?
Exactly.
And then transportation, if you've been working from home for all of these years, you haven't had to pay child care. You didn't save up a little bit of money to go get yourself a vehicle. How do you get around to get food? How do you get any place else you have to go?
Yeah, ridiculous.
These are some of the weakest excuses you could think of, but this is what happens when you allow for.
Like, he's saying you only got to go to work half of the week, right? Just 50% of the week. So that's like 2 days out the week. You really can't go to work 2 days out the week? Nah, this is crazy. I swear, these people just hate America. They really do. They want this country to fail. Like, seriously. And my thing is also, like, if when you have to go back to work also, it makes you get up in the morning. You know, it makes you put some clothes on. You take a shower. Like, you know, I think it's good to see people too. You can't always be working from home. You know, it's good to go outside. You got to go outside. You got to see other people. You know, it's good for you. This is just weird.
Yes, progressivism to lead. They have ideological visions in this utopia in their mind that would sound great in their head, but when applied, they're horrible. Look at the open border. I guarantee you that was some left-wing extremist, libtard, Ivy League, multi-million-dollar graduate that felt like they're giving back. But let's just open the borders. No. A lot of people won't come, and the people that'll come and do this, and they'll just pick our corn and our cottons and serve our foods. That's how Democrats view this. They trying to create it. They feel like they're being merciful, creating a slave class. Yeah. And did you hear in the clip where they talked about destroying downtown? Imagine all of those businesses and stores that thrived for years, for decades downtown because of all the foot traffic.
But you see, even notice here in D.C., Bozier, the black lady, the black lesbian, right? When Trump was saying that people have to come back in the office, she didn't say anything. She didn't say anything because she needs the traffic. I'm like, all these businesses, all these restaurants, all these businesses, like if nobody comes to work downtown, people are going to lose their businesses. You're going to have a real, like you'll have a commercial real estate crisis if people don't go downtown and like shop and come to work and things like that. I'm like, you see, you can't just hate somebody just because you hate the person. Like, oh, I hate Trump. So I'm like, no, everything he does is not bad, right? People going downtown, like it really does help to create like business. Like there's traffic, there's business, people are buying stuff. And then these businesses, they can pay their staff, they can pay for their they can pay their monthly rent and stuff like that. I'm like, but they're not asking you to go back to work full time. They're just saying go back to work half the time. What is the big deal? Right? What is the big deal? And all these people, I refuse to believe that everybody has like toddlers in the house. Like some of you guys, your kids go to school. You can go to work. Doing too damn much.
Now you send all those people home. You didn't think about the local eateries and department stores, did you, Timmy boy? Nope, because liberals, progressive, and left-wing libtards don't think about the aftermath.
No, they don't.
They just think about the utopic vision in their mind.
Yeah, they do.
In their psycho-filled mind. So now that he realized the government is suffering, the local economy is suffering, this isn't the best idea. And now those that are supposed to work for you or work for the government are telling you what to do. Matter of fact, they're so bold, they've taken it to the man's front, to the steps of his house, of the governor's mansion. Now, let's listen to what Timmy Boy has to say about what's going on.
It's the trend that's been out there. The time seems right now where we're at. I think making the case to come back, to get some of that energy while remaining flexible.
Unions say thousands of state employees were shocked to get notice they need to return to the office.
5 years since the pandemic, the governor is now calling.
How can you be shocked that you have to go back in the office? What do you mean you're shocked? Like, what the heck? When before the pandemic, were you not working in the office? Like, well, I'm shocked. It's been 5 years. I mean, come on. These people have been way more than generous. Like, you got to work at home for 5 years. There's no way your kids are not at least in like kindergarten or first grade by now. Like, what the heck? Like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. These people are just way too entitled. Like, 5 years you got to work from home? That's a huge luxury. Yeah, you know, a lot of these Democrats, though, I've come to realize this, V. I've come to realize many of these Democrats, low-key, high-key, they're real Republicans, okay? It's just that people just claim a team so they can get elected, right? Like, you'll have people deep down inside they're Republican, but they know if they run as Republicans, they're not going to get the vote because the state or the city, the county, you know, it's a Democratic place. So, okay, sure, I'll just pretend to be a Democrat. But deep down inside, these people hold Republican values, right? People are just fake as hell. People are fake as hell, right? There are a lot of things that Trump is passing. The vast majority of these people, these Democrat people, they actually agree because deep down inside, they're Republicans. Deep down inside, they identify more as Republicans, as people with conservative values than they actually do with the Democratic Party. They're just Democrat so they can win the election. Does that make sense? They're not, exactly. They ain't really Democrat. But they understand, okay, if I run as a Democrat, I'm more likely to win. It's a lot of people like that. Just like Mayor Eric Adams, right? When you listen to him, he's not really a Democrat. He's a Republican. But if you're black and Republican and you run for mayor in New York City, you're not going to win. You're not going to win, right? They're going to call you Uncle Tom and all kinds of nasty stuff, right? A lot of people, they'll shut their minds not to even listen to you just because you're showing up as a Republican. Because people have been groomed to just judge the party and not actually listen to the policies, right? Oh, he's a Republican, so he must be racist. If you're black and you're Republican, oh, you must be some self-hating black person. It's like, what are we even talking about? This is ridiculous, right? But this is how people are. People are really simple-minded like that. They treat politics like blocks of colors, like a box of crayons, right? Red is bad, green is good. So in a lot of people's head, red is Republican, so it means bad, it means racist, and blue, whatever, it means Democrat, it means good, right? People are so binary in their heads, like it's so sad. It's really, really sad. Exactly, right? They truly are. But then for some reason, they vote Democrat. But deep down inside, they have conservative values. It's because people want all these benefits from the government. Right? If Democrats were not offering benefits, people would not vote for them. It's the money. Yeah, because he's really a Republican. He really is a Republican. Eric Adams is not a Democrat. He just ran as a Democrat because New York is hella blue. New York City is super blue. Like the people are blue. Like it's a blue city. New York is so blue. So then he's black. So a black man running as a Republican in New York City, they're going to go back to high school, to college, to see all the white girls he's ever dated. Has he ever flirted with a white woman? Okay, you already know how it goes, right? When you're black and you're Republican, they're like, oh, let's see if he hasn't slept with a white woman. Let's see if he hasn't dated a white woman, right? Let's see if he's not nice to white people, right? Call you Uncle Tom, self-hating Negro. They'll just be so disrespectful, right? And the sad part is, it's black people doing that kind of talk, right? You would think that black people would say, you know what? He's black, but hey, he has to, that's his choice. If that's where he identifies, that's where he identifies, right? He's not any less black or any less loyal because he's a Republican, right? But to a lot of black people, being black and being Republican means that you hate yourself, right? Because they themselves don't even know why they're voting Democrat. Like, they don't even know why. The vast majority of people who are Republican, it's really about the size of the government. It has nothing to do with hating yourself, whatever. No, if anything, people love their paycheck, okay? People want to bring more money home. Republicans, they believe in low taxes, the least amount of government interference, and in the smallest government possible. That's all it is. It's not about racism, okay? Now, Democrats, they believe in the biggest government possible, lots of social programs, lots of free money, pretty much inflation, right? Not holding people accountable. That's it. Democrats, if they could, they print money every day. They will print money every day, print more money. They will find more programs to fund and print more money. Okay? You let these people in charge, the dollar's not going to be worth anything. Yeah, it's the money, it's the welfare stuff. Yeah. So she said, oh yeah, the Donald, what's his name, Byron Daniels, that he hates himself because he's married to Donald, that he hates himself because he's married to a white woman. I'm like, girl, you sound so damn stupid. Says the lady who won't. Imagine policing like a black man who marries a white woman when you are always wearing wigs with foreign hair, okay? Indian hair, Asian hair, wherever you get the hair from, right? You love your black self so much, but we have yet to see you with your natural hair. Make it make sense, right? Make it make sense. Girl, please, come outside with your natural locks, okay? My girl, shut up. Yeah. People are crazy. They love to say that. They love to call people self-hating this, self-hating that. Nah, whatever. Yeah, that's it. It's about the benefits. It's about the money. If the Democratic Party was not offering all these social programs and stuff like that, a lot of people would not vote for them, right? So in a way, a party that offers lots of social plan, social, what's called social welfare net, right? It's a party that's really buying votes. They're truly buying votes because these people are not voting for you because they really like your policies. They just like the fact that you are promising to tax the rich and create more social programs, and they could just go there and just ask for money. Just ask for money, right? They have created a class of people who feel entitled. They feel incredibly entitled to what are actually privileges. They're not rights. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, universal healthcare is a human right. I'm like, no, it's not. Okay, it's a privilege, right? You're not entitled to anybody's IP. All these young people who go to med school, you didn't help these people. You didn't pay for their med school. You didn't give them money. You're not supporting these people. So when they do become doctors, they don't owe you shit. Don't owe you shit, right? If you want universal health care, you think it's a human right, you go to med school, be a doctor. That way you can treat yourself, okay? But I bet you ain't gonna do it. Yeah, I'm sure. They're crazy. They are really, really crazy. They're seriously crazy.
Workers back to the office starting June 1st.
5 years. Now, in a minute, I'm going to show you the interview with Jake Tapper where he fell flat. But listen to what impact it's had on the downtown economy in St. Paul.
It applies to 50% of their working hours. New at 6, Jason Randla spoke to excited city leaders and business owners in St. Paul.
You're complaining about 50%.
Some people are pretty upset about the change.
Well, Nathan Ferry has worked in person ever since COVID as a chemist for the state of Minnesota. He says the new in-office requirement will certainly be an adjustment for remote workers.
This change is pretty significant for a lot of people who've adapted their lives to working remotely. And it seems like it caught a lot of people off guard.
The news comes after several business closures in downtown St. Paul, including the downtown Lunds and Byerly's, where huge markdowns and empty shelves marked their very last day being open.
I really appreciate the governor stepping forward to make the announcement that he made this week.
St. Paul Mayor Melvin Carter.
You see the black brother right here? You see him, right? How much you want to bet? They're going to go find him. They're going to go find this man. They're going to make content about this man because he says he supports people going back in the office, right? They're going to go arrest this man. Give it a second. Did you see he's going to be on TikTok? They're going to make video pieces about him on TikTok. They're going to insult this man. They're going to go find out if he has a white wife, if he has a biracial wife. These people are so racist. Like, they're just so sick. They're sick as hell, right? Because you see, because he's actually like, he's a logical black person, right? He's logical. Like, it makes sense. People got to come back downtown before everything shuts down. And you have a different kind of crisis, which would be like a real estate crisis, because all the commercial real estate, people are going to start defaulting, right? So the people who are leasing the spaces, they're not going to be able to make the rent. If they can't make the rent, the people who own these properties, they can't make their mortgage payment to the bank. Right? So what's going to happen? Default. It's like, that's bad for the economy. It's bad for the economy. But they don't care. They do not care. They don't care. I feel like with the election too, like with the past election we had, I think most people should realize that the vast majority of liberals, they really don't care about America. Okay? They don't care about America. They don't care about money. They don't care. This place could burn. They don't care. As long as it burns, because their people are doing what they want people to do, that's all they care about. They don't care. They don't care. They do not care. They don't care. Like, I'm like, if they were actually good people, okay, I live in Minnesota. Like, I actually have to care about the economy. I live there. Oh, no. Where's the money? If everything shuts down and there's no money and the government can't even tax people in Minnesota, how are they going to pay your salary? They don't care. They do not care. Oh, you could just, they feel as though you could just print money. If you need money, print more money. Print more money. They're a bunch of idiots.
The governor stepping forward to make the announcement that he made this week.
St. Paul Mayor Melvin Carter says he's been discussing an in-person requirement with Governor Tim Walz for several months now.
I've shared with him how critical it is for us to have employees downtown, just how critical that is to our vitality as a community, how critical that is to the future of our downtown.
All the business.
If you're enjoying this video, do me a solid, hit that like button. I'll never ask you for a cash app or a super chat. You hitting that like button really helps. And if you aren't subscribed to the channel, subscribe. On the Real Politics Podcast, that's what we do. We keep it real about politics. So once you subscribe, hit the notification bell and select all. That way, you'll be notified when I upload new videos. So as you see, the fact that they had all of those people at home, working from home, the input as far as from the people fell off. They're not getting the job done the right way. The local businesses are failing and shutting down. And now you got the employees pushing back. The inmates have taken over the asylum.
Yep.
And now you got 36,000 or however many thousands of people pissed off and outside your front door, Tampon Tim. This is what happens when you lead with socialism. Remember, this is the same person, the same exact person who told us this. He told us who he was. Remember this?
But we can get out there, reach out, make the case. And for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. But we can get out there, reach.
You hear that BS? Now here's what Tampon Tim went on Jake Tapper. And for, one of the rare times that Jake actually does his job as a journalist and really, calls Tim out on the things that's been going on with Joe Biden and with himself. And as can be expected, like a deer in his headlights, this man just fell apart. Can you imagine if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz were the president and the VP? Right now, we'd have 50 million. I mean, I believe it. We would have 50 million people in this country. They would have freaking overloaded the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And it would be transgender day every day. They would let Social Security and Medicare just go bankrupt. And they would shut down and cripple every small business that wasn't strong enough to hold on until they crushed them all, which is what we don't want, which is what those tens of millions of illegal immigrants were doing, which is what does help lead to inflation. Constantly printing money to take care of them. That's what leads to inflation. So 4 years of that crap. And then we got 2 months of Trump and they're talking about, recession. Recessions don't happen in 2 months. But listen to Tim Walz as he gets called out by Jake Tapper.
I mean, the issues you identified there were immigration, DEI, and woke. You think Democrats' problem was that you just didn't do a good enough job explaining the policies, and not that voters simply didn't just reject what you were selling, particularly on immigration, I wonder?
Look at his face.
On immigration, what we were asking for is a bipartisan policy that strengthens immigration control, that recognizes that we need a workforce here, that they should be allowed here legally, and that when they get here, they're part of the American fabric. And that is the bipartisan bill we had. Donald Trump snatching up college grad students and sending them back, or sending folks to El Salvador illegally, that's not the policy. But for us to them to say, we don't care that violent criminals come in, we most certainly do. What we were asking for is the resources to make sure they don't get here. And the same thing with the other policies. It's not a woke policy to provide food for children to get breakfast and lunch, and we get better outcomes from that.
You see what they do? You see how he tried to mix in all this compassionate crap while not answering the question at all whatsoever? They asked him about whether people agree with their immigration policy. Then he goes into President Trump taking out students who are doing protests for supporting a freaking terrorist organization. And you can hear him with no matter how many words he's putting in. What he wants is amnesty for everybody. Come on in and immediately become a citizen. Now, remember, this is a man whose own city in his state is failing. This is a man that has no investments, no stocks, no businesses, no anything. This is the man that went and visited China 13 times to learn and fell in love with their socialist way of being. This man is a liar. Everything this man has said has been proven. Just like now he's lying as far about, oh, we don't want criminals here. Yes, they do. They love that type of unrest. Democrats love chaos.
They do.
They believe in nuvo sordo seclorum. How's it go? Is that something like that? Order out of chaos. Nuvo sordo seclorum. It's on the dollar. I believe I got it right though. Nuvo sordo seclorum. Order out of chaos. But this is what they believe. That's why you see all these protests and these violent things. They want destruction, where it breaks and weakens the people down so much that they demand the government step in and help. So the government create the problem, then have the people demand the same government to come in and fix the problem. So they almost try to play like God, so to speak.
Oh, they're so evil.
Which is BS in itself.
They're so evil.
To find things on their terms that weren't true. And what I'm saying is, are we going to turn away from being a country of legal immigration? Are we going to turn away from a country that thinks diversity and making sure that we don't have gaps in income between blacks and whites?
They go to race.
Those are policies that have strengthened America. And I think what we allowed ourselves to do is we got timid. And then when we got power, we didn't pass things that improved people's lives. This whole idea, I think the Democratic Party gets theoretical, talk about food insecurity. People are hungry, get them food. People don't have a house. Make sure they have a living wage. That's the point that I'm saying is, Fox News will glorify, oh, he's for DEI. Not your definition of DEI. My definition is rule of law that's fair, that everybody gets an opportunity. And that's the point I think we have to make. Now, look.
AKA socialism.
Yeah.
I'll first tell you, Jake, I'm out here doing what I can do. I don't know if I'm the best spokesperson to do it after just losing an election. But what I know is the public, and you saw it across the country this weekend, they're rising up and asking their leadership to do something.
So we heard your former running mate, Kamala Harris, say she's not here to say, I told you so, although obviously that's what she was saying about all the Trump chaos.
Now listen in, as Jake asked him, why do you think your party was just resoundingly rejected last November? Check out what he says on this one.
Well, what do you make of the criticism that one of the reasons why your party was so resoundingly rejected last November is because Democrats were gaslighting the country, saying that inflation was not a big deal, heralding Bidenomics. Not only Biden, but Kamala Harris was heralding Bidenomics, pretending that there wasn't a problem at the border. And then fundamentally, this idea that President Biden was up for another 4 years of the job, while Americans, poll after poll for year after year, were saying he's too old to do the job. Your party stood against all of those things.
Look, Joe Biden coming in and during COVID and being a governor through COVID did a hell of a job. But I think one of the things that we didn't do is we assumed that we said, and it was true, that we were going to have a soft landing and our economy was better than the rest of the world. Better for who? better for the working class who was saying groceries were too expensive, as they are now and going up. They got to see us talk about things. Again, I go back to this. Don't talk about food insecurity or housing type of issues. Talk about people being hungry and wondering where they're going to live, or about their children's future, about real security. And so I think your question is spot on. I think we got intellectualized on this. I think the fact of the matter is Joe Biden did soft land the economy. He did usher us through COVID.
You hear that type of BS, soft land the economy, while he drove us into a recession, which the Democrats said wasn't a recession. They redefined what a recession is under Joe Biden, just so it wouldn't seem like it was a recession, just like they lied about the jobs report and fudged it by 1 million jobs, and they didn't even know that most of those jobs they created were government jobs, and then the rest of them were part-time jobs, but still they promoted it like it was great jobs report. And Tim Walz was right there on the front line co-signing this crap, and now he's backpedaling, acting like, oh, but up here, like Scooby-Doo. Oh, what Raggy is. Oh.
None of us are saying we should be soft on the border, but we allow a vacuum, and Donald Trump fills it, the 800-pound gorilla, and their narrative starts to stick, and we look weak. We look weak, like we don't care. We look like look, Jake, I'm not going to say, we need to do is we need to just arrest people and ship them to El Salvador. No, we need to invest the money on border. We need to make sure that we have the judges necessary to adjudicate things faster. We need to make sure if you're going to be in this country, you're legally, and when you are, you're going to be uplifted, celebrated, and part of this great American tapestry. We didn't do that, and then it fills them. They'll find the example that is horrific, where you have someone who's not here legally and they commit a crime. That is horrific, but we don't do a good job of telling that.
Don't you think your party needs to acknowledge that President Biden was not up for the job of running for re-election, and that this was a major mistake?
He made that decision.
I know.
Look at how fast he snapped it. Look at his face. Look at his face. Yeah, look at that face. That right there is the face of somebody who realizes they were full of crap and they have been busted and exposed. Look at that face. And what about Jake Tapper saying your party, as if he's not a Democrat shill? He just let Tim Walz sit there and spew all that BS. Tim Walz just literally sat there and told us, I'm not going to be deporting people to El Salvador. I believe that we should open the borders up, bring people in and uplift them. Put them above our own citizens and champion people who have no loyalty to this country, no connection to this country, no investment in this country. We should bring them in and uplift them and celebrate them. While the American citizen gets stomped on and pushed down. You know what I mean? While they form a whole nother style of racism on that side from the Democrat side. If I was a white person, especially a white man, there is no way I could be a member of the Democrat Party. No way. And as a black person, I don't understand how any black person could be a member of it, but that's a given. But at one point you had liberals, but the way they're just anti, and as a Christian, if you're a believer in God, there is no way you could be a part of that party. That is the party of so much, just nothing but demonic acts. Yeah, abomination. Period. Every day. From the smortions or unaliving of the babies to all types of stuff, to the transgender thing. It's insane. But look at his face now that he's been brought out. Let's watch this.
No, but you all went along with the idea that he was up for it, and he wasn't. And everybody saw it, and the country rejected it.
Yeah, well, look, history will tell us to go back on that. That very well could be the case, Jake. What I'm concerned about is learning from those lessons. I would hope we would never do it again, make a mistake, make sure we go through and get someone. But I don't know where it helps us going forward. I certainly am deeply concerned that Donald Trump is going to lead us down a horrific look. Thank God it's tariffs that he said. Donald Trump listens to no one. Remember, Donald Trump has statements.
They asked this man about why the Democrat Party did not be honest about Joe Biden, and look at what he did. The TDS kicked in, and he's back to Trump again. Literally said that he hopes it never happens again, and really don't understand why they're talking about it all. They just swept under the rug. And if you listen to every Democrat politician that's been asked this question with all these books coming out, even on The View, look at how dismissive they are. But like, oh, why are we even talking about this? Who cares? I can't believe Joy Behar said they wrote about this. They put this in a book. Why are we talking about this? I can't believe it. It's like, what's the big deal? So what, we lied about our president being alive and being competent, who was really running the country, and the vice president and him didn't get along, and we did a coup and kicked him out, and we installed somebody. Who cares about that? Like, what's the big deal? Hey, listen, we messed up. No harm, no foul. We'll do better next time. That's literally how they're treating it. Yep. This is insanity. And I just wanted to bring you this to show you that please share with, and I know you already are. If you're watching this, you're sharing with everyone you know. All we got to do is get them to just open their eyes and their ears and just dig a little bit. All they have to do is ask their Democrat leadership or Democrat friends a question, just a follow question. Whatever they say they stand on. You know what? I can't stand Trump and Elon. Why? Well, because of this. And how's that impacting? How's that impacting you? Or what is it that they're doing that's impacting this situation? And hear them out. Many times you're gonna find out it is so misguided, and then you just ask, "Hey, let me ask you this because I want to respect your beliefs, but can I show you something just to kind of help you better understand what's going on? I don't know. It might or might not, but can I show you something?" And then once they say, "Well, yeah," just show them the information. Arguing with these people doesn't help. They start foaming at the mouth. They start cursing. They start calling you names. But we got to do what we can to help them open their eyes. The good news is that Black support for Trump has increased 17 points in a new poll that just came out this weekend. Support amongst 18 to 29-year-olds has increased. Support from Democrats and independents increased 6% for President Trump. His overall approval rating has improved by 4 points. He's at 53%, while the Democrats are still at the bottom. But yet they want to tell him what he's doing is wrong, and they want to tell us how upset we should be. Ain't that funny? The Democrats tell us how upset we should be with who we voted for. They love to tell MAGA and people on this side, "Oh, we should be upset." And it's like, you don't know anything about over here. The TDS won't even allow them to listen to anything related to Trump or MAGA or conservatives that's positive. They'll get the gyrating and foaming, and it literally, I don't know if you've ever been through it, but really test it out. Trump derangement syndrome is real. It's real. But hey, listen, man, I appreciate you. If you watched the video this far, I just wanted to bring you this with Tampon Tim Sugar Walz, and just let you see exactly what type of buffoonery and BS.
How much more repression, how big a trade deficit and loss of jobs for the American worker, and how much more dangerous proliferation has to exist before members of this House of Representatives will say, "I will not endorse the status quo."
So a 30-year-old video of Nancy Pelosi has surfaced, showing her giving a passionate speech eviscerating free trade with China, saying how we need to tariff them because they're taking advantage of us. It literally sounds like she's endorsing what Donald Trump is doing right now. She basically makes the case for why his plan is so good, better than he can. As always, like the video and subscribe to the channel. We actually just hit 200,000 subscribers, so thank you to everybody for your constant support. But I won't waste your time. Let's get right into Nancy Pelosi cooking, which is something I thought I would never say.
I'd like to call the attention of our colleagues to this chart on the status quo that the business community is asking each and every one of us to endorse today. Right now, we have a $34 billion trade deficit with China, the 1995 figure. It will be over $40 billion for 1996. Since the Tiananmen Square massacre, this figure has increased 1,000%, from $3.5 billion then to about $34 billion now. In terms of tariffs, I think it's interesting to note that the average U.S. MFN tariff on Chinese goods coming into the United States is 2%. Whereas the average Chinese MFN tariff on U.S. goods going into China is 35%. Is that reciprocal? On exports, China only allows certain industries into China, of U.S. Industries into China, and therefore only 2% of U.S. exports are allowed into China. On the other hand, the U.S. allows China to flood our markets with a third of their exports, and that'll probably go over 40%. And it's limitless because we have not placed any restriction.
I mean, what did we just watch? What's most fascinating to me, though, is how this was the Democrat position. But now, just like almost everything else, their party has adopted the complete opposite philosophy. Now they're the free trade unapologists. I know we make fun of the left a lot because they're insane, and we struggle to understand how they've descended into such madness. But when I see clips like this, it just makes me wish that the other side was equally as committed to saving America and making it great. Just imagine if most of the Democrat Congress was on board with cleaning up government corruption, with America First policies that benefited our citizens. Like, I would love that world way more than the current world where I get to dunk on liberals for being insane. So what she showed on that graph was basically the situation the United States got itself into after World War II. A whole bunch of trade deals like that. You take in none of our stuff, we'll take in all of your stuff. And out of the small amount of stuff that you do let us sell in your country, you'll tariff it to the sky so it doesn't sell anyway. And out of the massive amount of stuff we buy from your country, we won't tariff it at all. And we did that because we thought we would make a prosperous, rich world where everyone would be friends and kumbaya and free trade and world peace. And now China, the country we made filthy, stinking rich, gave it all of our manufacturing capability, now hates our guts and wants to overthrow us. So don't be mad at Donald Trump that he's trying to fix that problem. But here she continues talking about how this offshore manufacturing has wrecked American jobs.
In terms of jobs, this is the biggest and cruelest hoax of all. Not only do we not have market access, not only do they have prohibitive tariffs, not only are our exports not let in very specifically, but China benefits with at least.
You're right, V. When I saw it, when I first saw it, not on his channel, but I saw this video somewhere else where I forgot who it was. Maybe it was with George, and I was like, this lady looks familiar. And I said, hold up, wait a minute. Is that Nancy Pelosi? Girl, she was fire. She sure was a baddie. Nancy girl. Okay. Yeah, she was really beautiful. I mean, she's still pretty. She's just evil. Just like Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton also is very pretty. She's just evil. That's an evil lady. So you guys, I'm washing my hair, okay? Today is Sunday. I washed my hair on Sunday, real. I didn't do it last weekend though, but it's been 2 weeks. I'm using the scrub, right? The apple cider vinegar scrub for your scalp with pink Himalayan salt. Yeah. I love these. Okay. I have so many scalp scrubs. So don't mind me. It takes me a while to get through my WashDay, so
at least 10 million jobs from U.S.-China trade. The president in his statement requesting this special waiver said that China trade supports 170,000 jobs in the United States, 170,000 jobs, whereas our imports from China support 10 million jobs at least. Fact is that U.S.-China trade is a job loser.
And what she said at the end only represents our trade with China. It's been the same exact story with the European Union and with Canada and with Mexico. Whose genius idea was it that instead of assembling cars in America, we were instead going to assemble them across America, Canada, and Mexico for no apparent reason other than to help stimulate the economies of our neighbors? It makes absolutely no sense. Around the time that she's giving this...
You know the thing that is so sad? You know what is so sad? Especially when it comes to the auto industry, right? So many black men used to work. You see, this is why sometimes I do feel like the vast majority of black women who are Democrat, I do believe like they're misandrous. Hey, Lane, I think they're misandrous. I think many of them are lesbians, but they definitely hate black men. You know, they hate black men. That's why I'm like, even like to come out and say, oh, if you love me as a black man, you would vote for Kamala Harris. And then you see these black dudes out here just trying to do them. Like, you're such a fucking idiot. Like, first and foremost, how you gonna let a woman tell you how to vote? Your goofy ass. Okay? You're a damn idiot. You're a damn idiot, right? So what are we now learning about the Democratic Party? Okay? Number one, I mean, besides like being the party of the KKK, right? But what are we learning? It's the party of the crime bill of 1994. It's also the party that took the job of auto manufacturing. It took all these auto manufacturing jobs to China, right? And we know the vast majority of black men, especially not even just blue collar, even like middle class, right? They were involved in the auto manufacturing industry, right? Places like Detroit. Why do you think Detroit is so broke now? Okay, one day, when I have time, we'll watch a video, okay? We'll watch the video. We'll watch the video how Black Detroit was built. And then we'll watch the video that is going to explain to us how Black Detroit got destroyed. Okay. And every time it got destroyed by who? You guessed it. The Democrats. The Democrats. Right. So this is what this goofy ass party has done. That's why I say like the vast majority of black women who are, especially if they're Democrat, they hate black men. They hate black men. These people are traitors. It's giving, in order for me to go up, I am willing to sacrifice the black man. I've told you this before. I have told y'all this before. In order for them to have these jobs, to have these positions and this and that, because when these women are in competition with black men, they're not saying to themselves, we are one, like, hey, queen, we are a real community, right? Because if you're a community, right, you're not going to let anybody separate you. See, they don't have an issue cussing out somebody for being black and being Republican, right? Right? With their fake ass, fake sanctimonious BS, right? They're the traitors. Any black person who's a Democrat is a traitor. Any black woman who's a Democrat is obviously a traitor. She's a traitor to her own people. You hear me? So the crime bill, it locks up predominantly black men. Excessive punishments. These girls are, who cares? Right? Because it's not them. You think if the crime bill most like excessively incarcerated black women, right? You think these women will forgive? You think these women would have forgave the Democratic Party to go vote for these people? Right? No, of course not. Because it's not being done to them. It's being done to the black man. Right? If a party had a bill that disproportionately incarcerated black women, right? Do you truly believe that these women would have the capacity, the emotional, mental, intellectual, even foolish capacity to go vote for a party that has a law on the books that severely punishes black women? Hell no. Hell no. But because they're doing it to black men, so it's okay. So it's okay. Next, let's talk about the jobs, right? The Democratic Party, especially under Clinton, they took all these jobs that were mostly fulfilled by black American men. They took them jobs. They shipped the jobs all the way to China. So these people, blue-collar people, middle-class people, their jobs are just gone. They're just gone. These men just lose their jobs. They lose their jobs. They lose their money. They lose their ability of feeding their families. They lose their pension. So many people did not get paid their pension. And these goofy ass black girls talk about, oh yeah, keep voting for the Democratic Party. Like, what the heck? Like, you have to be a witch. Like, you really have to be a witch. What kind of black woman is so excited to sign up for a party that's always promoting abortion and her own people? 21 million children dead. 21 million people are dead. Like, do you not understand that the whole concept of democracy is to have a lot of people who agree with you? If you kill your own population, how exactly are you going to get ahead? How exactly are you going to get ahead, you doofus? Right? But it's a bunch of dumb people. It's a bunch of stupid people. It's like you as a man, seriously, as a man, you have to be an idiot to let a woman let you, like, you have to be an idiot. You truly have to be an idiot as a man to allow a liberal woman to give you advice. You have to be a freaking idiot. Like, your father failed you, your mother failed you. Like, as a man, like, you're not even a man. You're a boy. You understand? Imagine a woman gonna walk up and say, oh yeah, you're gonna vote this way. You're gonna go vote for Kamala Harris, a cackling hen, and you run behind this lady to go vote for a woman. Sir, go get your nuts back. Go get your testicles back. Go get your balls back. Okay? I would have more respect for you to say, you know what? I'm an independent. As a black man, I'm gonna be independent. I'm gonna have way more respect for you. But imagine a black man running up behind a black woman to go vote for a goofy ass Hindu, Jamaican, West Indian Jamaican. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? This party has done everything possible to emasculate black men, to make them uneducated, to make them felonious, to make them poor. They have done everything. Even abortion, even that also is a form of infanticide. It is infanticide, but it's a way of making sure that you reduce the population of black men. These people hate black men. I don't even know how to explain this. And these black girls are so happy because they get a little bit of money, they get some goofy ass degrees, and they get a job. So for those three things, they are willing to destroy their own men. But then they want to turn around and act so surprised that black men don't want to marry them. They're a bunch of traitors. Who in their right mind? Who in their right mind would want to marry a black woman who identifies as a Democrat? She hates family. She hates men. She hates boys. She hates black men having jobs. She hates black men making money, right? And it's still surprising, like, even after all of this sabotage, right? It is still surprising that you even still have the case that black men on average still make more than black women. But it's so damn evil. And I'm like, these goofy ass girls will barely wear their own hair, right? I'm like, you think if something was to ever happen in America, you think if we're ever going to go to war, China, Mexico, you name it, you think white men, they're going to leave their family to come take care of you? You think the Asian man, he's going to leave his family to come protect you? You think the Indian man, he's going to leave his family to come take care of you? You think the Latino man, he's going to leave his family, his wife and kids to come protect you and make sure you're safe? Right? It could be that in the next 5 years, the next 10 years, we could really have World War III. It really could be. I think COVID, in a way, was like they were testing a war. It was like a biological warfare type of stuff, right? I think we were really in a war. And I feel like that's why they were so scared to have people go outside, because they were afraid of contamination, because it was up in the air. That's why they told people wear a mask, because it was probably up in the air, right? Because whatever they sent to China, the Chinese people sent it right back. But we experienced somewhat of a war. Right? But now, because they don't have the courage to say, oh, yeah, let's go to war for real, because you don't know who's really going to win. They're doing all these tariff wars, these trade wars, these whatever wars. But I'm like, COVID was a small taste, right? And my thing is, you think if we really go into a war, there's World War III out here, you think any man from any other ethnicity is going to leave his household, his wife, his children, and his dogs, and his cats to come take care of you as a black woman and make sure that you are safe? These people are just so damn crazy. They're so damn crazy. That's why, like, and when you, I don't know if you're a woman, I don't know, but when you're a human being, this is why you got to have enough intellectual fortitude to understand that you don't rely on women. You don't let them lead. You don't take advice from these people. You don't allow yourself to be inspired by these people, because these are not people who they don't have the foresight. They live in the moment. They live for their feelings. They don't think about the dark days, right? Even this whole feminist shit, this whole, oh, I don't need a man, all that fuckery, right? And it's funny how these girls never thought about a recession. They never thought about an inflation, right? Because, yeah, money, you can do by yourself until there's an inflation, until you have a recession, because then at that point, your money's not worth the same. Your money's not worth the same, right? And that's why today you're seeing more and more women in their cars crying and this and that, and realizing that two's better than one. Yeah, because recessions are real. Inflations are real, right? An economic depression is a real thing. And when that happens, what are you going to do? Where are you going to be? Do you think that by yourself you can take care of everything? Of course you cannot. Of course you cannot. But this is what happens when you have a people who only live for the moment, in the moment. They never say, okay, what about 5 years from now? What about 10 years from now? What if something bad happens? What if? Women, the vast majority of women never have a contingency plan in case something bad happens. Oh, I'll just manifest. Oh, I'll just manifest. Oh, I'll just pray about it. Or I'm going to fast about it. These people are highly delusional. Okay? These are not pragmatic people. These are not people who are actually dealing with the facts of life. It's like, yeah, you can have your plans, but guess what? Life also has its own plans, right? And sometimes life will take over. And then you'll realize that, oh shit, I wasn't ready for this. Of course you were not. And that's why two is better than one, right? But you will understand, in this life, it is better to have strong men. Well, no matter your community, or whether you're black, white, whatever, right? Everybody is safer when you have stronger men, okay? Black women are safer if you have stronger black men, highly educated black man, motivated black man, high-earning black man, right? Because when you have men, when you're men, when you're like, yeah, and your ethnicity, like when your counterpart is doing good, when your male people are doing good, even you as a woman, not only do you feel safer, but you're less likely to experience an attack from men from other groups. Does that make sense? A good example, right? You understand? Take Africa versus Europe, right? Why did slavery occur? Because the vast majority of African men at that time were not prepared. They were not prepared. You understand? They should have traveled first. They should have built these ships first. They should have gone to Asia first. They should have bought the gunpowder first, right? They were not prepared. They were complacent. So when these crazy white people came from England, from France, from Denmark, from Germany, right? The African man, he was not ready. And because he was not ready, look at what happened. Look at what happened. So I'm like, anybody, but the thing is also, you are talking about people who don't study history because all they do is worry about their feelings. That's like, you don't take advice from women. I'm like, this is crazy. Even as a man, don't take advice from women. Take advice from other men that you look up to. Because as a man, you should never look up to a woman. Like, what the heck, right? What can a woman do for you? You are a man. You need to look up to other men. Look up to other men that have achieved more than you, that have more money than you, that have better businesses than you, that have a better reputation than you. You got to look up to other men because they will make you a better man. A woman cannot make you a better man. She'll turn you into a simp, a doormat, an idiot. She will squander everything. You cannot trust this person. Are you actually okay? Are you seriously okay? Right? They came in there, they took all these people, the Arabs took the people, the Europeans took the people, slave trade over here, throw people in Europe, throw some people in America, throw some people in the West Indies, throw some people in Latin America. An entire devastation of a whole continent. To this day, this continent is still getting pillaged, plundered, you name it. You name it. Why? Because this is what happens when you have weak men, right? And if matriarchy was so amazing, if matriarchy was so powerful, we would have evidence of that. You would see all throughout the world that the most powerful dynasties, the most powerful empires, the most powerful, colonial, forces, whatever, they would have been led by women, but they're not. The vast majority of powerful nations, wealthy nations, imperialist nations are run by men. They're not run by women. And that's how you understand that matriarchy is bullshit. Matriarchy is toxic. Matriarchy is useless. You want your children to die. You want your elders to die. You want even your dogs to die. Do you want to experience famine? Do you want to experience slavery? Right? Do you want to lose everything you own? Go ahead and sign up for matriarchy. Right? Look at Hawaii. Look at Hawaii. They had a female queen. Right? And when these crazy ass British people showed up, what happened? She was no match for these people because she's a woman. She's a woman, right? And I'm like, because somebody sent me down, okay, do you want me to feel bad for her? Right? Because what the men, even the Hawaiian man, what they should have done, they should have ousted her ass like, girl, go sit down somewhere. Because now these men are coming here. Men have to meet men. No, but these men also of Hawaii, they were too busy being submissive to a matriarchy. Now look what happened to Little Island. Right? These white people have taken the land and they have turned their land into fancy ass resorts. Because that's what happens when you choose to go with a goofy ass matriarchy. And she was no match for these people because she's a woman. Right? Even like the heart, like how would it taste to actually go fight a war, go outside. And God, he built man a certain way. He didn't build a woman like this. She was sitting there crying, oh my God, this is not fair. Girl, shut the fuck up. Life ain't fair, bitch. Can you fight? No, she couldn't. Get the fuck out the way. These Hawaiian men, they should have snatched her up. Move. It's time for a man to take over. Because with these men, it takes a man to handle these men. And I told you guys, I said, when you look at South Africa, I said inside of South Africa, there's a country called Lesotho, right? Lesotho, they never experienced the apartheid. They were never oppressed. They were never enslaved. They never went through the apartheid. Why? Because they had a man. They had a powerful man, a smart man, right? King Moshoeshoe. Somehow, I don't even know how he did it. He would go to England. He always had access to England. He always had access to the king, the queen. He always had access. And he was able to broker deals for his people. You understand? Right? The battle belongs to men. It does not belong to women. Okay, you got to be a freaking imbecile to believe in a matriarchy. And it's so disgusting. It truly is disgusting. And it's disturbing the number of Black men in America who identify with matriarchy. Like we need to pray for your ass. You need to go find Jesus, find God, find David, find the heart of King David, find the heart of Gideon, find the heart of a fighter. This is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. What kind of man wants to be run by a woman? Are you actually okay? Are you okay? And any woman who wants to run a man, you already know she is possessed by a spirit of perversion. She's perverted. She is perverted. She is completely out of order. She is completely out of the will of God. Why does a woman want to walk on the head of a man? Is that what the Bible says? The Bible says the woman will walk on the head of the serpent. It never said that a woman walks on the head of a man. You're not the head of a man. You don't get to lead a man. The man, he leads you. And if you have a problem with that, you need to be delivered. You absolutely need to be delivered. This is out of order. Nobody in their right mind should ever agree to matriarchy. And this is why when you come to America and you see Black America, it's one of the main reasons why Black America is so far behind, because it's a people who believe in matriarchy. It is so toxic. It is so toxic. Anybody who adheres to matriarchy will be a people that is led by emotion and not a people that is led by reason and proven results. The results are real. The results are real. If it was more beneficial for our people to be led by women, you will see it all over the Bible. You will see it all over Asia. You will see it in the books by the Buddhists. Like even like the philosophers of old, they would have wrote about that kind of stuff. They would have opined on that kind of stuff, right? Foolishness. They mess around with these goofy ass white liberals and they try to bring this weird goofy ass perversion that is completely antithesis to the word of God, and they try to put that on the people. You are insane. You are truly insane. You are truly insane. And even a real woman, like, even if you feel like, oh, my husband can use help, whatever, you should empower him to find his own voice. You should empower your husband to find his own sense of leadership. You should empower him to be a leader. I'm not going to lead. You need to lead, right? But I'm going to be here to help you. No, let me do it. Let me do it. You're out of order. You are out of order. Nothing good will come out of this because it's a curse. It is a curse for our people to be led by women. I said exactly what I said. And this is why America is so racist, because these people, especially these Democrats, they have done everything in their power to see Black America. Once upon a time, Black America was led by Black men. They were led by Black men. Frederick Douglass, a man. He had the North Star, a man. It was Frederick Douglass over here. When it comes to Booker T. Washington, a man. Tuskegee Institute. It comes to NAACP, W.E. Du Bois, a man. Black America was always ran by man until this goofy ass MLK, this weirdo, came around, and somehow in the past 60 years, these people have tried so hard to force this goofy ass demonic, okay? Like just demonic matriarchy on people. It is so bizarre. It is so bizarre. It's so diabolical. Anybody, child, let me sit straight, right? My thing is, if you're a Christian, you should really stand against that. Okay? Malcolm X, a man. The Nation of Islam, ran by a man. Men were in charge, and people were acting right. The kids were acting right. The women's acting right. Everybody was out here acting right. Right? But they understood, you want to destroy a people, you destroy the man. You want to destroy generations, you destroy the man. You want to destroy a family, you destroy the father. And then everybody just going to start being scattered all over the place. It's all intentional. No, Kevin, it is so disturbing. How can any woman feel safe if the men are weak? Because God forbid, even if we don't go to World War III, right? Let's say we have an alien invasion. You just never know. This universe is so damn big. This universe is so big. You just never know. Or what if there's a famine? What if something really bad happens in America and it's everybody for themselves? Are we seriously to believe that everybody of all these other men, the white man, the Asian man, the Latino man, the Indian man, the Native American man, that they're going to leave their children and their wives to come check on Black women? No. Because when bad times happen, everybody got to stay at their post. Every man has to protect his household. Even if he wants to check on you, he can, because he got to look out for his family. And over here, you have a people, oh, we don't need man. We have to master the man. We got to destroy the Black men. Every day call the Black men a ninja. They're utterly disrespectful. They're disrespectful. They don't even make that much money. They have these goofy ass degrees. They've never really had power. When you look at Jasmine Crockett, this imbecile, you know she's an imbecile, because this lady, she never had power. Right? The vast majority of Black women have never had power. And that's why it gets to their head so quickly. And they make a fool of themselves. And then everybody calls them ghetto, ratchet, loud, sassy, obnoxious, and fucking annoying. Right? Because they've never had power. Because you realize that this kind of power is not meant for the immature, imbecilic, volatile heart and mindlessness of a woman. It is meant for a man. It is meant for a man. But we're surrounded here. We're surrounded by a bunch of emasculated black men. If it's not the gangster black man, the YN black man, it's the child is the other one. Okay. But you can never feel safe. You can never feel safe if you don't have strong black men in your community. You can never feel safe. If you don't have successful black men, you can never feel safe. If you don't have black men who feel encouraged, who feel empowered, who feel love, who feel like, you know what? Yeah, it is my duty to fight, to love, to protect, to die for my family, right? These girls are so damn goofy. But God forbid, if something bad is to happen, they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. These are people who can't even come out the house with their natural hair. Okay? People who cannot even come outside the house without makeup on, lashes on, fake hair on. You think if something really bad was to happen, these girls gonna put their chests out there and fight for us? They're not gonna do it. You know, me, I know I'm not gonna do it, right? I will never be a police officer. I will never be a firefighter. I will never sign up for the military. It ain't my place. It's not my place. And that's why every time I see a man who does it, I don't care his color, but you know, if he's black too, whatever, but I don't really care his color. But that's why every time I see a man who does it, I say, wow, God bless you. God bless you. Thank you for doing this, because I know I ain't gonna do it. Right? I know I'm not gonna do it. I can't be a firefighter. I can't go into a burning house and pick up a whole body, pick up a dog, and walk outside. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna be a police officer. I'm scared. I don't want to shoot anybody. I don't want anybody to shoot at me also. I'm scared. Okay? I'm not going to war. Oh my gosh. Ah, what is this? Okay? Like, oh my gosh. I'm not doing this. Right? I'm not doing it. And so you understand that it has to be done. It has to be done. I'm not going to do it though, but I know it has to be done. And that's why when men are stepping up to do it, I say, we got to say thank you. But you know, also, they ain't got no manners. These matriarchal people, they don't have manners. They take people for granted. They insult these men. They emasculate these men. They talk horribly about these men. But yet they haven't washed their hair in 7 months. Make it make sense, right? Always sitting here begging for money, looking for money, asking for money. So you understand that the black man is needed. And a lot of people, a lot of women especially, they need to go in their phones or go somewhere and truly apologize to all the black men that you disrespected. You really have to apologize. You seriously have to apologize, because God forbid, you know what I'm saying? Even with all this tariff war, who knows what might happen from that? It might work, it might not work. But if this shit goes left also, imagine all these women that are all by themselves. They're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. And the vast majority of women who are going to make it are women who have husbands. It's women who have husbands, especially the ones that have husbands that know how to lead, that know how to save, that know how to invest, that know how to do this, right? They're going to be the ones that are okay. You understand? Black men are extremely important. You know, when I was in New Orleans one time, because I didn't prepare myself, but there was that one time, there was a storm that came through, right? Kevin, that storm lasted 2 weeks. My sister came. As soon as she came, like the next day it started, right? There was no power, Kevin, no power. The stores were closed. I was like, what the heck? What is this? You know, and me being a woman, I was utterly unprepared. Okay? Living in New Orleans. Can you imagine? The West Bank. Oh my gosh. Right? But we had a neighbor, Mr. Calvin. I'm like, God bless him, man. Of course, he's black. So right next door, it was Mr. Calvin. Across the street, it was Jean-Pierre. Right? But I felt safe. Why? Because I knew these two black men, they're not going to forsake me. Because Mr. Calvin, you know, he a soldier for real, for real. He served, okay? He served, okay? Kevin, he had guns. He had dogs. He had the whole, like, how do you call the thing? Oh, my gosh. How do you call that thing, child? I forgot the name. Where you put the gasoline in there and it gives you, like, electricity, right? So he had the thing running. The fridge hooked up. Everything hooked up. I'm like, man, you can tell this man went to war, right? And his wife, she worked at the hospital, Miss Mary. But this is like, you're like, wow, like you see how good it is. Like you see the value of having men for real. And then Jean-Pierre, he would come and like clean the front for me. Like he would pick up the transit generator. Thank you, right? Mr. Calvin was so prepared. I mean, we felt safe. Nobody tried to rob nobody. Pew pew, because he got the guns. Play those games you want to. Play those stupid ass games if you want to, right? But we're not going to sit here and be foolish. As a woman, when you know that you are surrounded by men who can really protect you, you feel safe. You feel safe. You think I'm going to fight a robber? You think I'm going to have to fight a man who wants to come to my house? I don't want to do that. I don't fight. I do not fight. I don't like violence. But I know that violence is necessary. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. But men are incredibly important. They are seriously important, right? So I'm like, no, there has been too much disrespect out here allowed when it comes to black men. Of course, some are not good, child. It is what it is. I mean, but there's also some black men that ain't shit. It goes both ways. But the vast majority of black men are actually good people. Of course, they could do better. But it's the way you talk to somebody. The way you talk to somebody, you can inspire someone like, you know what, you're right. Why am I even doing this? You see, that's my point. Okay. And that's what the Bible says. Like, you got to be mindful how you talk to people. You got to be mindful how you talk to a man. You got to be respectful how you talk to a man, because the goal is you got to empower him to believe in himself, believe that he can do it. You got to encourage him to want to be good, to want to do this, because these are real sacrifices. We're going to wake up one day, all these dudes out here is emasculated. They don't want to work. They don't want to fight. Don't want to cut the grass. Don't want to do this. Don't want to do that. And it's like, as women, it's going to put us in some serious, serious harm, because certain things the man has to do it. But if the man loses his motivation because he feels like no matter what I do, I will never be appreciated. So what's the point? You know what I'm saying? Young people, young men back in the day, they were actually encouraged to go to war. Not because you didn't know you could die, but it's like, yo, if I come back, I'm going to have so much respect. If I come back, people are going to love me, right? And that made it worth it for some people to go. Because if you go, yes, you could die. But if you don't die and you make it back home, you'll have celebrations. People will fall in love with you. People will thank you for that. People will open doors for you. They might even give you free stuff, right? Because people respect the fact that you went out there and you sacrificed your life. You know what I mean? It's an honorable thing to do. We used to celebrate men that were honorable. We used to, and that would encourage other men to also want to be honorable. But instead, you sit here today, we are constantly encouraging black men. We are constantly sitting here encouraging YNs who are utterly dishonorable. So they insult the black man, but they praise the YN. They insult the black man, but they give children to the YN. Make it make sense. Are you actually okay? And that's why Marlene, as far as I'm concerned, this sisterhood, I will never be part of it. Because I know one thing for sure. I need black men. Not just my husband, not just my brother, my father, my sister. No. I need all of them. And I pray that the vast majority of them, that they come out of this lack of self-esteem. You know what I mean? We have too many black men right now who have allowed themselves to be beat up by the system. They have allowed themselves to get discouraged. They have allowed themselves to have low self-esteem. They have allowed themselves to give up. No, you got to get your ass up. And you have to reclaim what is rightfully yours. The leaders of the black community have to be black men. And if that means you got to poke these women on their head, or you got to yank these wigs and make them go sit back down somewhere, do just that. Do just that. But black men got to rise up. You have to rise up. And you got to take your rightful place as the leaders of the black community. Because these women right here, these women here, they ain't got no plan. They don't have a plan. Like the man said, all they want to do is cause chaos. Anybody who identifies with liberal ideas, progressive ideas, all they want is to cause chaos. It's just chaos. They don't care about money. They don't care about war. They don't care about safety. They don't care about education. They don't even care about having safe sex. They do not care. All these women have in store for us is just chaos. Do you truly want to live in a world that is ran by a Jasmine Crockett? Hell no. Okay? Do you want to live in a world that is ran by Tiffany Cross or Angela Rye? Bunch of losers. Hell to the no. Goofy ass people like this that were making millions of dollars. Okay? All they have to do is go on TV, play it cute. No. They have to be activists, had to be stupid, combative, adversarial. And now they're struggling on YouTube to even get 3,000 views. You think I'm going to listen to you? Right? You date all these millionaires and nobody wants to marry you? I ain't going to listen to you. Hey, Val. I do not want the black community to be led by black women. They need to go sit their asses down. This is not God's way. This is completely out of order. It is out of order. Men have to lead. Women have to follow. If a woman wants to lead, tell her to go lead her children. Tell her to go lead her children. You think if a war breaks out between us and China, these women right here, they're going to lace up their boots and they're gonna go fight the Chinese men. They're gonna get their asses whooped. Chinese men, they know Taekwondo, they know Kung Fu, they know what's it called? Jiu-Jitsu. You think these girls can go and do Taekwondo? You think these girls are all obese? The vast majority of black men are obese. You think these fat people can go and fight a war? Like, what the heck? Like, are you actually okay? No, men are the prize, Val. Men are the prize. Men are the prize. Unfortunately, you know, there's some who get corrupted, you know. Listen, it happens, right? Some do get corrupted and they should be called out. But I'm like, even like the Bible says, even the good few black men that do remain. Oh, yes, ma'am. We have to encourage these people. We have to encourage them not just to be good, but we have to encourage them to want to be our protectors. We have to encourage them to want to be our husbands. We have to encourage them to want to be our brothers. We have to encourage them to want to be fathers. We have to encourage them to want to be leaders, to want to make more money. We got to encourage these people because God made them for a reason. God, and it's like to sit here as a woman and to sit here and you want to compete with a black man. God will, when I tell you God's going to grab this thing and then hit you upside your head. You foolish lady. They're so foolish. They're just so damn foolish. They're a bunch of foolish people. And you wonder why they're like in their 50s or whatever they are with no man. They don't have no 401k. They're out here struggling because it's a curse. It is a curse. What kind of woman wakes up in the morning and she thinks her clitoris is so big that she can take the place of a man? You better sit your ass down. Sit your ass down. Black man, where you at? Okay? We got to encourage these men. That's why the church is empty. Today, the black men don't want to come to church because he doesn't even feel like he will be celebrated. He will be appreciated. These goofy ass people don't even know how to say thank you to a black man. Huh? They wake up in the morning, their mouth is tight. Everything that come out their mouth, ninja, disrespectful ass hyena. Who raised you? Bunch of classless. They're just so ratchet. They're just so ratchet. And you see, Val, this is why oh Lord, I can't even talk. I cannot even talk. This is why today, when I see a black boy with a white girl, I like to get mad. Because I'm a black boy, if this is where you can go and get the respect you deserve as a man, go. If she's not going to call you a ninja, go. Because too many black girls today are poorly raised. They have no manners. They have no respect for men. They're poorly raised. They're mediocre. I'm like, who raised you? So disrespectful. They are just so disrespectful. Even the girls, she's going to be in a relationship with a black guy. She'll call this boy a ninja. So you don't know words like bae, boo, honey, love. No. Everything is so ratchet. You think she went to prison? Like, how can a woman have prison language? How can a woman talk like a person that did 15 years in the penitentiary? Okay? There's nothing soft about these people. Oh my gosh. There is nothing soft about these people. There's nothing light. There's nothing soft. Make it make sense. Right? You are insane. Because yes, men are the prize. Because if you get you a great man, a good man, a powerful man, as a woman, you won't have to worry for much. And that right there is a prize. Okay? That is a prize. You watch these TV shows, even with these white women, these crazy white women, even they don't go out of their way to call the man some kind of racial slur. Only black women in America feel like it's okay to call a black man a racial slur. Like, who raised these people? Who raised you? Like, seriously, who raised you? Who has seriously raised you? Unbelievable. And this is why they get dropped every single time. This is why they get left at the curb every single time. This is why they gotta sit here and see these black guys with all kinds of money marry these white girls, and they start crying and they cry and they cry and they cry. Yep, you sure didn't pick your ass, right? Because you're too disrespectful. And everything in life, there's a way. There's a way. You can be as upset as you want to be, but there is a way of talking to people. There is a way. Oh no, I'm a black woman, so I can just let any kind of nasty ass, filthy ass, disgusting word come out of my mouth. Yeah, because you weren't raised right. You're raised by the streets. Your mother was a hyena. And that's how we can tell that your mother had no class. Because there's no way you had a classy mother and this is how you speak. There's no way. There's no way you were raised by a classy woman and this is how you speak. Unbelievable, right? How can you be in a relationship with someone and call somebody the N-word? Are you actually okay? Are you are you sane? Are you seriously sane? This is so disrespectful. He doesn't have a name. You can't use his name, right? Once upon a time, when people used to be upset at a man, they would actually use the person's government name. I'm going to use your entire government name, right? I have this other friend, y'all. I have this other friend. She's like in her 40s. When I tell you, because she used to tell about these men she used to meet, and these dudes were like, leaving her on red. Listen, in this election, I started to gain perspective. I said, ooh, I can see why they don't want your ass. Because it's not that there's nothing wrong with the packaging per se, but the mind right here, basura. Basura. Even I, Marlene, I will not marry her. Nope. Not in my house. Not mi casa. Okay? No. No. Nope. Basura. Basura. Because who wants to marry a person who doesn't know how to practice gratitude? Who wants to be with someone who's disrespectful, loud, unhinged, emotional, crazy? Even to me, I'm like, and I told her one time, I'm like, you see, you get so into your feelings that when you type, you're not even mindful of the stuff you type. One day she allowed herself to get way too comfortable, you guys. And she said something like, I pity your sons. You guys, you see, because Marlene, let me step a little closer, right? And because Marlene, I'm well raised. Seriously. My parents, they raised me right. Even me, I raised myself right. And not just that. I really do love God. I really do fear God. I said, you see, look at what you wrote. Mind you, me, I'm married. But you're worried about my sons. I didn't even say all that. She's a single mom raising a daughter with her goofy ass mind. And she's telling me that she's worried about my sons. Imagine if I had an evil heart. Imagine if I was not a wise woman, right? Imagine if I didn't love her daughter. Because I'm like, to me, we've been friends since like middle school. So I'm like, oh, even if we hadn't, right? Her daughter is like my niece. So even if there are things I want to say, sometimes everything is not worth saying. And I said, you see what you wrote about my sons? Because at that time it was just Stefan and James. I'm like, look at what you wrote, right? Imagine if I had said something about your daughter, but I'm not going to, because that's my niece. And it shows me that you don't see my sons the same way. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said what you said. Okay? Let me see. That's the problem with you, though. Because you let your feelings get the best of you, right? And that right there doesn't make you a woman. You can have the hips, the titties, the boobs. I mean, whatever. Who gives a fuck, right? But what truly, truly makes you a woman, you got to have the heart of a woman, right? You got to have a maternal heart. You understand, right? Because today, even the trans woman, anything on the outside that makes you look like a woman, the trans woman, she got it. Okay, the trans woman people, they can go to the doctor, they can buy it. Like the exterior of what used to be woman only, it's sold. You can buy it. You can buy the wigs, the lashes, the makeup, the boobs, the behind. You can, even the vajayjay. If you have the money, they can give you one. You understand? But one thing a doctor cannot put into a trans woman, right, is the heart of a woman. You understand? No doctor can give you a maternal bone. You understand? Right? And also, when you're a trans woman because you're born a man, as opposed to me, I was born a woman, right? Even loving a man, there's a certain way a woman knows how to love a man that a trans woman can never, it won't give. You understand? And the problem is you have a lot of ladies who are refusing to love a man the way a woman should love a man. And that's why every single time, hey, Lacey, every single time it turns into foolishness, right? He leaves. He disappears. You're on your own. You're this, you're that. There you go, right? Because in this life out here with God, there's a natural order for everything. There's a natural order for everything. Even a woman, I'm telling you this, right? Even a woman who wants to have her way with her man or whatever, husband, man, whatever you want to call the person, right? There's a way. You have to know your person. And when you know your person, talk to your person in a way that he's going to receive your message. You understand me? You can talk and yell and scream and do all this goofy ass bullshit, the petty bullshit, the immature bullshit. Message not received. You're going to keep looking like a damn fool. And you're going to be so frustrated, you might even go file for divorce. Because a woman will never have more pride than a man. because God made us this way. Okay? Men have more pride than women. And most likely, even if you do file for divorce and get your divorce, he's going to do better than you because he's a man. He will do better than you. He will get back on his feet. He's going to find another job, find a new woman, start a whole new family. You, I don't know, right? There is a way. There is a way of talking to people. And when you're in a relationship with someone, you have to learn how to talk to people, that your message can be received and that the behavior can change, that this can change. There is a way of talking to people, right? And you know, it would even be a thing. Like if we had a matriarchy out here that was a matriarchy full of wise Black women, calm Black women, patient Black women, right? Black women that have real success. I'm not talking about money, but they have real success. Success that only the grace of God can give you, right? I could kind of, okay, I can see this matriarchy kind of working. Because it'd be a calm matriarchy, it'd be a loving matriarchy, it'll be a peaceful matriarchy, right? It'd be a matriarchy when you're wrong. Like, okay, sit down, just sit your ass down. Let's have a little conversation real quick, right? It will sit your ass down calmly and be like, baby girl, do a little too much. Do a little too much, right? But today, we even have mothers encouraging their daughters to insult the man. Insult your husband, insult the father of your kids, the mama jumping in. Look at Kiki Palmer and her mother, right? Goofy ass behavior. Goofy ass behavior, right? And when the man says no mas, because I'm the prize, and he packs his suitcases and he moves on to a new relationship. Oh, he moved on too fast. Oh, maybe he was cheating. Oh, you know, maybe he's just hiding how he really feels. No, he's done with your ass. Oh, but let's talk about the kid. Well, all I want to make sure is that we're the best co-parent for our children. Why are you even co-parenting? At one point, it was y'all doing it together. Why y'all have to co-parent now? Right? Goofy ass matriarchy. Because even when the daughter starts to get disrespectful, the mother should say, daughter, calm down. Let me show you how to talk to this man so you can get what you want. This is not how you go about stuff like this, right? This is not how you do it. This is not how you do it. There's a way. Even when you go and you talk to a king, there's a way of talking to a king so you can get what you want, right? You go and talk to a CEO, there's a way, right? Because you can't just walk in there and talk to a CEO any kind of way. Go ahead and try it. You don't get fired, right? You go talk to anybody, like, you know, anyone with some kind of status. There's a way of talking to people, even your own children. You want the best for your kids and you want them to see like where you're coming from. There's also a way. There's a way. There's a way, right? And an intelligent person, a wise person is able to be fluent in all the ways that you talk to all kinds of people in order to have the things that you want. Right? You see me running like this? Remember, I'm not the richest woman. I don't have the most followers, but I promise you, if I want something, I'm gonna get it because I know how to talk to people. And then maybe that's why I speak so many languages, right? Because when people, like, let's say somebody speaks Spanish, when somebody meets you and they don't expect you to speak their language, right? You start speaking the language, it makes them feel special. They like you already. Then you're able to finesse. Every woman has to have the heart, like the art of finessing in her, and it's not manipulation. It's not that. But it's knowing how to connect with people in a sincere way that makes people want to be on your side. There's a way. There's a way. And if you lack the way, ask God. If you lack the class, ask God. You lack the patience, ask the Lord. You lack the words, ask God. You got to ask the Lord because obviously you don't have it and your parents didn't teach it to you. That's why you're sitting here struggling, right? You can have all the degrees in the world and nobody fucks with you. Right? You can be the pretty girl in the world, and all you do is get pregnant, get left, get pregnant, get left, get pregnant, get left. Why? Because you don't have the art of finessing. You don't know how to talk to people. The day you learn how to talk to people, you're gonna be more successful. You're gonna have more positive results. You're gonna have less stress, less anxiety. You're gonna probably be less tired, right? Because you're able to get people to see your side. No, oh, you know what? I really want to help you. Oh, that's so nice. Right? There's a way of talking to people, right? There's a way. There truly is a way. But until you learn the way, you will struggle. And guess what? The way is Jesus, okay? The way is Jesus. The only true way is Jesus. There is a way. There is a way. But you can't just be out here being all kinds of crazy, right? I'm saying, like, this is the problem. This is the problem. Once upon a time, I used to get triggered. Oh, how come this black guy is not with this black girl? But then you know what? You get older. You get older, and you got to start being honest because you're a Christian, so you can't say you're lying. You start to get older. Like, you know what? I can see it. I can really see it. Because this right here is out of order. This is not how you talk to people. Right? And the funny thing is, even when they go and they try to marry these white men and be with these white men, they change their ways because they recognize that over there too, huh? In their culture with these white people, they don't do all of that. This is just too much. It's too much. There is a way. There's a way. And a woman has to know the way. And today, these women today, they're just so damn lost. They're just so damn lost. They're just lost. And it's sad because many of them do want to be in relationships, but they will not be in successful relationships. It's not going to last. It's not going to last. It's unfortunate. It's really sad. It's not going to last. And the man that you want, you're going to see him marry somebody else. You're going to see him be with somebody else. You're going to see him have kids with somebody else. You're going to see him have children and be there and do all the things you wanted him to do for you. He will do that for somebody else. Why? Because you are refusing to learn the way, okay? You got to learn the way. You got to learn it. You got to learn it. And once you learn it, you're going to have better results. Let me go wash my hair real quick. I'll be right back. Hold on. Let me go wash my hair. This is a bit
speech is when they're trying to institute NAFTA, which basically sent all of our auto manufacturing to Mexico because for some reason we didn't think, just like China, who once we let them into the market, they took advantage of cheap slave labor. We didn't think Mexico was going to do the same thing, but they did. Also, Americans could have some cheap year-round avocados. Now, Nancy is not done going in. Again, I don't know if we'll ever see this again in our lives, but here she is talking about how on top of everything China's doing to screw us, here's where they're really getting us.
Our colleagues on the other side of this issue will say the trade with China, exports to China have increased 3 times in the last 10 years. They have. But they fail to mention that imports from China have increased 11 times, thereby leading to this huge trade deficit. The other issue, in addition, if intellectual property is a $2 billion, $3 billion loss, technology transfer is in the hundreds of billions of dollars. If you want to sell to China, your products into China, the Chinese insist that you open a factory there. They misappropriate your technology, open factories of their own, and then say to you, now we want to see your plan for export. That's as simply as I can say it briefly.
Like, free open trade only works if everyone's going to play by equal and fair rules. Since the beginning, we brought our factories to China and they immediately stole our technology, stole our patents, stole our designs, stole our intellectual property, stole all of our secrets, militarily and corporate. They would invite American business to come there and take advantage of cheap labor. And then once they get your proprietary designs, they immediately just start remanufacturing it at a lower cost basis and selling it back into your market. And again, what's so bumming is at one point, Democrats believed that we needed to do something about this. Just imagine.
But my thing is, here's what I will say about this whole China stuff with the whole, like, my thing is, because he's talking about like, the whole cheap labor, like the slave stuff, like Chinese. I mean, you have to also be honest, right? China, they came from poverty. They were extremely poor. They were seriously poor. They had to get themselves out of slavery. Out of poverty. But I'm like, America built itself on slavery. So I'm like, if we want to talk about fairness and like what's right, what's wrong, is that America also benefited from 400 years of slavery, right? And that put America way above any other nation economically. So I'm like, you can't be mad at anybody else who understands that, you know what? When you have cheap labor, it can truly, truly grow your economy in ways that, in ways that don't even make sense, right? So I'm like, Chinese, they have over 1 billion people. They had to do something with these people, right? And it's not even like, even if there was like a trade deficit, of course there's a trade deficit because they had the cheap labor. At that time, the Chinese people are incredibly poor. They don't have the GDP per capita, like, what was it, like $20 per person a year, right? They couldn't afford to buy American goods. You know what I mean? Like, you think like the average Chinese person, even like in 1996, could afford to buy a Ford, could afford to buy a Chevy, afford to buy a Dodge. They don't have that kind of money. Okay? They just recently started having money. But before then, they were poor. They were poor rice farmers. They can't buy American goods. They couldn't buy American goods. I think the problem is, I think what these people don't want to admit to themselves is that they play the goofy ass games. Because I think maybe they I don't know, maybe because like people are racist. They talk to themselves, okay, like the Chinese will always be poor. They will never catch up because the way they caught up, maybe they thought, oh, it might take them 100 years. It might take these people 200 years. But the thing about Chinese people too, like they have a certain drive. They have a level of determination. And also, it's not a people that's very flashy. Like in America, like being flashy is a big thing here, right? Show off your car, show off your house. These people there, they don't mind working, looking poor, and saving lots of money. They save a lot of money, right? Americans don't save money. They make money just to spend the money. And even that is barely enough because they still got to go apply for consumer credit. So I'm like, the Chinese people, they were really smart. You can't be mad at anybody for getting themselves out of poverty. You cannot be mad, right? You can't be mad. Because if it was you, what would you have done? Yeah, what would you have done, right? If these goofy ass Americans, especially these white Americans, they think that, oh, because you know, these people too, I mean, maybe not now it's not as bad, but I can only imagine like during those days, right? The vast, because it's mostly white people, but these white men who went to China, I'm sure they were quite racist. They saw the poverty, the desperation, and they're like, oh yeah, let's take advantage, right? You know, these yellow people, let's take advantage, right? So they didn't think that these rice farmers in less than 2 generations were going to do all of this because we're white. We're so intelligent, right? We're better. We have better this. We have better that. We have better schools. Like white people have a lot of arrogance. They have a lot of arrogance. And they met a people, you see, unlike black people, Asian people, they don't talk a lot. Even if they're really, really hurt. I think it has to do with their culture also. Even if they're really, really hurt, even if they hate your ass, Asian people will never let you know, right? Look at Japanese people. Japanese, they had 2 nuclear bombs dropped on them by America, right? Have you ever heard Japanese people talk badly about America? No, they will never talk badly about America, right? But they will do what needs to be done. But you'll never hear them say anything bad, right? Whereas like black people, every time they're upset, they're going to let you know. So that's why black movements don't go far, because a black person will always let you know what they're up to. Okay. And so you can just plan to quell whatever revolt they got going on. Okay. Because it's not going to go far. You understand? Asian people in their culture, you keep your grievances to yourself, right? You do what you have to do, but you keep it to yourself. You keep your plans to yourself. You keep your anger to yourself. You keep your frustration to yourself. You just don't let it show. Okay? You don't let it show. So they played a good game. They played like they were dumb. They play the idiot, which we know that's what white people love. Okay? Because they all have a godlike complex. Because most of these white folks who went to China, we all know they all went to Ivy League schools, right? So most people who go to Ivy League schools, you know, they have this godlike complex. Oh, I went to Harvard. I know it all. I went to Yale. I know it all. You know, I went to Princeton. I know it all. Right? No problem. You know it all. Oh, if you think so. Okay. And the Chinese, and I think also like compared to like black people too, when it comes to white people, how white people see Asians, right? White people usually see Asians as very, very submissive, right? That they see them as very, very submissive. So because of that, because they think these people are so submissive, they thought they were dumb. Oh, the submissive Chinese who's working for 5 cents an hour. The submissive Chinese who's working for a penny an hour, right? You know, that's just the culture, right? They're going to be respectful. And they're going to work for the money because they need the money. I mean, after all, it's better to make 5 cents an hour than to make no money, right? But it doesn't mean they don't have a bigger dream, right? It doesn't mean that they're not going to train their children to never make 5 cents an hour. So these parents, they took these horrible jobs. They took the crazy hours. They took the horrible pay. And let's not even act as if environmentally also China did not injure itself to produce all these American goods, because America did not want certain environmental issues to occur on American land, because, you know, it's land of white people, right? White people have to breathe clean air. Okay. So they brought their toxic shit to China. So China environmentally, they took a hit. They had to breathe horrible air. They suffered also. I'm like, it's funny how they just talk about money, money, money. But I'm like, talk about the quality of life of the Chinese people in order for them to manufacture all the goofy shit that American people wanted, right? Talk about the quality of air that they had to destroy in order to meet the cheap prices that these American CEOs wanted, right? They wanted the cheap price possible. Cheap, 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 cheap. These white people always trying to nickel and dime everybody, especially poor people. But for a long time too, though, America got a lot out of China. Let's not act like it was never really fair. Yeah, there was a trade deficit, but in terms of like human labor, they worked more. In terms of their country being soiled and having all these environmental issues, they took a hit, right? There are probably all kinds of, I don't know, pollutants or toxic water, toxic wastewater that was dumped in Chinese rivers and things like that a lot of Chinese people actually drink. We will never know. We will never know, right? So I'm like, to me, it's like, it's a bit rich to just talk about the trade deficit. But what about the environmental deficit, okay? What about the abuse and labor deficit? What about the lack of human resources to protect the Chinese worker deficit, right? These people went through a lot. Even their pay, was their pay even fair? Most likely not. It's white people, okay? So, if they can screw you over, they will. And they'll make it seem like they gave you so much money when they know damn well they're fucking you over, okay? But a lot of Chinese workers got screwed by American companies. They got screwed, but they still took the money because something is better than nothing. But what they did, they raised children that academically no one could touch. So a farmer gonna have a child that's a genius, okay? Even the child is not born a genius, he gonna make sure this child's a genius, right? They trained their children to care about education way more than the American people did. And I think that's the part that they didn't plan for. Because if you're gonna take all your jobs to China and you want the Chinese people to take 200 years to come out of poverty, well, you better make sure that in America, you have the best education possible. Unfortunately, that's not the case. In America, the best education is usually saved for rich white people and their children, right? And the vast majority of American people, because their kids go through public school, they have a horrible product, right? And 18 years of a horrible education, 4 years of college ain't gonna fix that, right? But the vast majority of American children have a horrible education. And that's why we have to dismantle the Department of Education, and you have to allow parents to have free choice, right? Because if the parents, when you're sending all these jobs to China, and at the same time, like concurrently, you are allowing parents to put their kids in the best school possible, you would have had a top tier class of American students. I'm talking like really, really smart people, right? Not that they're not born smart, but academically, the numbers are just not there because the schools are horrible, right? And that's the problem with racism, right? You were racist going to China because you felt like they were beneath you. So you had these people work for cheap, 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 cheap. And therefore you underestimated these people. You played yourself. You were racist when it came to your education here in America, where the vast majority of American people send their children to horrible public schools, where the vast majority of teachers are not the best teachers possible, right? It's the people who couldn't make it who became teachers, right? So then when it's time for people to start graduating, you start to realize that you just don't have it. You just don't have it. And that's my thing with Trump. Like, even when he talks about like, oh, bringing back manufacturing to America, I'm like, okay, but who's going to work in those factories though? Right? Because you still have to make a product that people want to pay. You can bring back all the manufacturing in America that you want. That's not a problem, right? But something that usually costs $5, if bringing the manufacturing to America is going to make it cost $30, people are not going to pay for it. They're not going to pay for it. And they will find a way. People will find a way. Now, unless you're talking about bring the manufacturing back to America, and then you're still going to allow illegal immigration, that the immigrants are working in there, that the price is cheap, because that's the real thing, right? The real issue is you have to create a product that has a competitive price. If the price is not competitive, it doesn't matter how many American stickers you stick on it. It doesn't matter how many stamps of made in America you have on there. People are not going to pay for it, right? And not just that, even if they can't import it because you put all those tariffs on there, they'll just learn to go without. Like, I can just go without, right? Because for them, it's just not worth the price. You can't justify the price, right? And I just feel like outside of cars, I don't see what else the American people would be like, yeah, I'm willing to pay such a crazy premium just because it's made in America. I'm like, no, not really, right? Not really, because the price still has to be attractive. The price has to be attractive. So I'm like, you gotta think about that. And so, like, for me, like, when it comes to Trump and his little plan, I'm like, where are you gonna find the cheap labor force to do this? Where are you gonna find these people, right? Even at $7.25, the minimum wage here in America is still way higher than most places in the world. Definitely China, definitely Vietnam, right? Definitely like even the Philippines, right? Even in Turkey, there's $7.25 an hour. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. So you have these factories. How much you gonna pay these people, right? Now, the bigger the factory too, they're gonna have to pay the people, pay their 401k, pay for their health care, pay for this. So, and all of that, it has to go into the cost of making the product. If the price is just ridiculous, people are not gonna pay for it. Now, if you can bring back the jobs, create the job, create the product, and the price is just as competitive as a Chinese product, then I can see how you're gonna win with this one. Right? Because I'm like, Marlene, all this tariff talk, I just feel like it's just a big old giant distraction. It's just like to appeal to like the MAGA base. Oh, look at me. I'm putting America first, America first. But I'm like, anybody who truly, truly wants to put America first, you truly, truly have to talk about education. I think this tariff stuff, to me, honestly, this whole tariff stuff is just a bunch of bullshit. Okay? I think the real problem here is that we have to make peace with the fact that when it comes to certain manufacturing jobs, it's just better for the Asians to do it, even Africans to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, sir, because you're not going to get an American person to do this job, right? They're not going to do it. They're just not going to do it because they're just far too gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, those days are gone here in America. Like, they're just not going to do it, right? Or unless you, you pretend to kick out the illegals, but you low-key are keeping the illegals. Now you can kind of see that, right? But I'm like, these factory jobs that are fueling China, the vast majority of Chinese people are not even making $45,000 a year. They're making way less than that, right? It's 1 billion people. I don't know. Let me see. Hold on. You see? You all right? Right? So look at that. So China, in 2023, China's GDP per capita reached $12,600. You see, the average Chinese person is making $13,000. I think like the average American is like what, $30,000? Hold on. Let me see. Well, okay, all right. You see, that's I'm like I don't know, the Trump, like when he went to Wharton, he never took a class in econ. I'm a little lost here, right? America's GDP per capita is almost $83,000. $83,000 to $13,000. I'm like, there's a $70,000 difference per capita. Like, how are you gonna make these cheap products? I'm just so confused. Like, sir, what? So I'm like, okay, I can see like people were playing the whole like Nancy Pelosi moment. It's like it's a cute little gotcha moment, but you also have to remember that was in 1995. That was 30 years ago. So maybe 30 years ago, had people listened to her, it would have made more sense. Even though I do find issues with some of the things that she said. She's like, oh, us doing trade with China created 1 million jobs over there. And over here, it only led to the creation of 10,000 jobs. I'm like, of course, because the Chinese people are working for really cheap because they're extremely poor. If you have 1 million jobs and everybody makes an average of $300, that's what? 1 million jobs, that's 300. That's $300 million. It's not like you cannot just look at them. Like you can't just look at the number of jobs created. You have to look at the average salary per job created. It's nominal. It's ridiculous. Like it's peanuts. It's a pair of J's. You know, Chinese people at that time in 1995. I'm sure the average Chinese was probably working for like $400 a month. That's a pair of Air Jordans. Okay. But if whatever, it created 10,000 jobs over here. If the average salary was like 70,000, you see why it can be a lot because they're paying so cheap. In America, the job creation was small because people pay way more for their employees. That's why sometimes it's like there has to be some kind of adjustment for parity in there, because otherwise, like, it makes the numbers don't tell the whole story here, right? But I'm like, how do you compete with this? Like, if you're going to hire an American person, you got to give that person a standard of living for America. Unless this whole protect the border, close the border stuff is just for marketing. It's just fugazi. Because the only way you can make this happen is if you have cheap labor in America. And we mean illegal labor, not legal. Right? Because when somebody's illegal, because they don't have a social, they don't pay taxes. So you can say, okay, I'm not going to pay you $10 or $12. I'll just pay you $8 because you're not paying Social Security tax. You're not paying this. You're not paying that many taxes. So why am I going to pay you like a real person when you ain't paying no damn taxes? So you pay them $8. That makes sense. You might even pay them $6. If you're closer to Texas, you might even pay them $6 because many people, they're converting that into pesos wherever they come from, Latin America. So it's like, okay, that's a lot of money. You even have Mexicans who come here to work and then they go back to Mexico every night, or they go back to Mexico on the weekend because they still live in Mexico. Because they want their money to be heavy. So they work here, they get paid here, and they cross the border. There are a lot of Mexicans who don't want to live in America because they don't want the cost of living in America, right? So I just feel like, I do like Trump, but I just feel like sometimes, like, many things that's coming out of his presidency is giving a lot of fanfare, and it's not really giving a lot of substance, right? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just like, how are you going to do this? But we've learned this in econ, competitive advantage. If the Chinese can make it for $8, and then you as an American, you're gonna make it for $20, people are not gonna buy it. Not that they don't like it. Oh, it's very pretty, but they're not gonna buy it because it's too expensive. I'm like, oh yeah, it's good. It's made in America. I like it, but I can't afford it, right? Because even if you pay the tariff. Let's say the stuff is made in China is $8. The tariff is 25%. That's $2. Okay. So that we're at $10, right? If they even have to pay a brokerage fee of $10, that is still $20. Your stuff is $22. So even with your tariffs, they're still saving money, right? So I'm like, I don't know. I'm a bit lost, right? You're not going to win this game. Because if the Chinese people are still making, like, if they're making $13,000 per capita, right, it's way cheaper for the Chinese to make it, right? Just like, and eventually too, and I'm telling you, like, the day it gets too expensive for China to make stuff, right, the day it gets too expensive for Vietnam and Laos and the Philippines to make stuff, it's going to be Africa. And then we're going to get to a point where one day also a lot of African countries, because they're getting out of poverty, they're going to also have a high standard of living. It is the truth, though, right? So this is the reality. Once upon a time, America got to benefit 400 years of free labor. You can't be mad that other people are doing the same. You had your turn in history, right? In human history, you had your turn. Now it's time for somebody else to have their turn. And China, they'll have their season. And it's going to come to a point where one day the average Chinese will be making like $60,000. At that point, it's going to be too expensive to manufacture in China, right? They're going to go to Africa, right? That's just life. And I also feel like right now, too, what a lot of people are doing, too, they're moving to Mexico and they're opening factories in Mexico, right? It's the natural progression of things. I just feel like a lot of white people, they struggle with the natural progression of things because they feel like, oh, we're white, so we should always be at the top of the food chain. No, it's a natural progression of things. Like once upon a time, you had Rome, then you had the Dutch Empire, then you had the French Empire, you had the British Empire, right? America also is an empire. And eventually, yes, it's going to be the Chinese Empire. Absolutely. That's just the way it goes. It's a natural progression. I just like Trump, he's just fighting the natural order of things. Right? Me, what I would have done, I feel like even unless, like, instead of wasting your time with all these goofy ass trade wars and all these goofy ass tariffs, right? I would actually tell the US government to start investing in Africa. Invest in people who can one day buy your products. That's what I say. Instead of like bombing and killing all these Muslims and wasting trillions of dollars to murder Arabs, right? How about you just build roads in Africa? So that way these people can buy your cars. right? How about you start building warehouses in Africa? That way they can start buying your products. So many Africans have cell phones, right? Find a way to have these people do financial transactions and be involved in that, right? That's why I feel like America should have a wealth fund. So that way you start funding projects in third world countries and the entire continent of Africa that can truly generate wealth for the American people. Because talking about bringing manufacturing back to America, I think that's really silly. I think what America should be doing today, America should be leading in AI, not manufacturing. Okay, America should be leading in software as a what? SaaS, software as a service, right? Things like that. American people should lead in intellectual property, right? They should lead in that. Anything that has to do with intellectual property, I don't know, algorithms, stuff that's like abstract and shit, and put the patent on that shit and then sell that to as many people as possible, right? But as far as doing labor with your hands, let the Chinese do that shit, because you're not going to get anybody here to do it. The vast majority of American children want to be YouTubers. They're not dreaming of working in a factory. We're not living in a world that's like post World War II, where these people are these people are coming from war and they're looking to have these jobs at these factories. Those days are gone. America is no longer a manufacturing nation, right? It needs to be like a software, intellectual property kind of stuff. How can I say this? It needs to be a nation that leads in intellectual innovation, software, algorithms, stuff like that, AI. That's what America needs to lead in. The unfortunate thing is America doesn't have good schools. They don't have good schools because this obsession with only rich people going to Ivy Leagues only being for rich people, prep school only being for rich people, the best schools only being in white neighborhoods, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. Because this is why you see where, when it comes to education, right? You should not skin color, putting black people in a bad school district because they black, putting white kids in a best school district because they white, you know what I mean? Using property taxes to decide who gets to have access to a good school, a bad school. America lost out because there are a lot of people who are black, brown, you name it. There are a lot of people who are poor, you name it, and they're incredibly smart, right? But when you're so obsessed, because white people also are tribalists, we love to talk about black people being tribalists, but white people also are tribalists. White people are racist. They don't want to admit that to themselves. It's so sad, right? But the thing is, if you have properly included Black Americans into the building of this country, especially America 2.0, which is America after slavery, America post-industrial revolution, have you successfully included Black Americans into this, as opposed to always sabotaging Black Americans, which are goofy ass welfare system, locking up Black people, locking up Black men, calling where they live the ghetto? You see all this racism, and bit you in the ass, because how many Black people could have played a part in all this, right? Because they're really smart. Had you not pushed so much sports and being an athlete, being a comedian, being an actor on Black America, who's to say that many more Black people wouldn't have innovated? But instead, because white people are racist, right? You have to be the face of tech. You have to be the face of ingenuity. You got to be the face of genius. You have to be the one who, we're so smart, we drop out of high school, we drop out of college, we drop out of Harvard, right? Okay. And you see, you wanted that prestige to yourself. And you see today, you're no match to these Chinese people. Because you see, Chinese people, because it's a people, they're all homogenous because they're all Chinese, right? Anybody can make it. Right? If you're a smart Chinese person, they look for smart Chinese people and they put your places. In America, they look to your skin color first, then they decide what school they're gonna send your ass. You see, that's the problem, right? And I feel like one of the best way that you can unite a country, especially a country as divided as America, is by truly having true access to the best education. And it has to be colorblind. And that's why school choice matters. And that's why you have to dismantle the Department of Education, right? Because you guys aren't being serious. Look at how white people, they're racist, but whatever. But think about this for a second, right? You think it's random that the vast majority of some of the wealthiest Black men in America are athletes, right? People who they all they have is college, they have high school, or they might have a year of college and they go start making all this money, right? Because they know you give a fool money, the money not gonna go far. Right? You give an idiot money, the money will not go far. Just because you're athletic don't mean you're smart. Just because you're athletic does not mean that you know how to build. You don't know how to build communities. Don't know how to even build a freaking neighborhood. There are so many wealthy Black American athletes, but then look at Black America. Where's the money at? Because they're idiots. They rather spend the money in strip clubs, shoes, Louis Vuitton, going to Paris, right? And that too is intentional. And that's what makes America racist. Is that because America is racist and because white people really fear, listen, this is what it is. Because white Americans truly fear, I don't want to say like a superior class of Black Americans, right? But it is true. Because I'm like, anybody who reads Black American history before MLK, because that man is just weird, okay? It's impressive. It's really impressive, right? People who came here on these boats with no clothes, no underwear, you have to read your history. When they brought these Africans here and they would sell them on these posts, they were completely naked. They were naked. They were brought here naked. Shackles on your feet, shackles on your neck, shackles on your hand. This is so dehumanizing. They intentionally did not teach these people proper English. I mean, sabotage after sabotage. Oh, he's really weird, but Chris, he's weird. He's weird. MLK is weird, my love. MLK is weird. He's not a good person. Me, Marlene, if you ask me, honestly, as we say in French, I feel like MLK was an agent saboteur, okay? I think he was just put in there to confuse Black America. I really felt like when it came to people like the Nation of Islam, not even the Nation of Islam, I feel like those people, even though Elijah Muhammad has his issues, right? But I feel like the Nation of Islam, if they had truly stayed in charge of Black America as opposed to the Black American church, nah. What you see from these Indians and what you see from these Ashkenazi Jews, that should have been Black America. When you see how successful Indians are in this country, for example, that should have been Black America, right? When you see how these Ashkenazi Jews in less than 80 years, what they've done in this country and how they just control and corner the U.S. government, okay, that should have been Black America. But I feel like Black America would have reached this level of success had Black America honestly been Muslim. I know, sounds crazy, but it's true, right? That Black church, that Black American church is diabolical. But, people will see it. One day, people will see it. You understand? And I do feel like when it came to MLK and Malcolm X, right, they realized that Malcolm was real. Malcolm could not be bought. So I even feel that MLK, it could be that initially Martin Luther King, he came off from a good place. Could be, maybe not. Because the fact also that he went to Morehouse, that part is also really suspicious because Morehouse is a very prestigious all boy, all Black boy. So, sometimes them CIA people, they recruit at the best schools. It's a sad thing, but it's real. Most CIA people, they get picked up at Harvard, they get picked up at Yale, they get picked up at Dartmouth, they get picked up. So I'm like, it could have been that they had a Black program and the CIA had a Black program in Morehouse, right? So all the stuff, like when you see them locking his ass up, when you see them whooping his ass, you see them bombing his house, all of that could have been visual effects to get Black people to, oh, he's real, like they're attacking him. He must be one of us, right? I don't know how to explain it. Like, hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Because they know, because I'm like, a lot of people didn't like him, right? But I'm like, MLK is extremely, not to say, oh, if you come from a wealthy Black family, you can't be trusted. But I'm just saying, like, he didn't really struggle like that. Like, he's from a wealthy Black family, right? He went to Morehouse. I think he got his PhD at 16, right? Like, this boy is extremely privileged, right? And then he comes out as, oh, now he's an activist and now he wants to free Black people, one. And I feel like they was not going to believe that. I feel the people were not truly going to believe it. Whereas like Malcolm, for example, right, was not raised with his father. His father was murdered by the KKK. Boy been outside, went to prison, right? But then he comes outside because in there he became Muslim. He comes outside, he joins the Nation of Islam, right? But there's a certain level of conviction with Malcolm that's real. It's like, let me give you a good example, right? The best way I can kind of describe it, MLK will be Jay-Z. Malcolm X will be DMX, right? Like, Jay-Z talks a whole lot about being in the streets, having 99 problems, being a drug dealer. I'm like, you sold drugs, but you never got arrested. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay, you sold drugs, but nobody out there remembers you. Sure, whatever, right? But when it comes to DMX, though, one thing about DMX that made him real and that made people connect to him, like his energy was just so raw. His energy was raw. I mean, it was just real. Like, it's like, what the heck? Who barks at people anyways? Like, that's just crazy. But there was something about DMX that couldn't be explained, right? To the point, like, even what's his name? Even Russell Simmons. That's his name, right? Russell Simmons? Yeah. He said that Def Jam they were about to go into bankruptcy. Def Jam was going to be bankrupt. DMX, he carried that label on his back. And because of DMX, they didn't go into bankruptcy, right? Like, this man had a certain kind of energy. It was just real. It was real. You listen to Jay-Z, we're going to tell you, oh, he sold drugs. And when that don't work, you're going to talk about, oh, he a player, or he a pimp. He pimping. Or he going to be, oh, I have these watches. I have the old Mars PK. I drink Ace of Spade. I'm on a private jet with my wife. It's like, sir, what are we even talking about? It's hard for him to relate to people. Right? And that's why when he lost everybody, he's like, oh, I'm about to retire. Duh, because you have ghostwriters, right? There's a reason why The Blueprint is like his biggest work and his final work. Because he lost, 4-4. But even 4-4, he lost everybody. He lost Damon. He lost he lost Kanye. He lost everyone. So I'm like, yeah, because you don't write your shit. You don't write your shit. You don't make your own music. Like, you were manufactured. And everybody knows, even Jay-Z. Jay-Z has self-esteem issues. Somebody who got Jay-Z to believe in himself was Damon Dash. If he never had Dame, he wouldn't believe in himself. All this, Rockaway, Rocker Nation, Rockefeller, like this, right? It was all Damon. It was all Damon. See, Damon was the ass so that Jay-Z could be successful. And he's a traitor, but whatever, right? But that's the thing, though. Like, MLK to me, Jay-Z, right? Jay-Z. DMX, Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? Certain things that can't be explained. But they knew if you don't, like, if the government, especially CIA at that time, if we don't come up with our own black activists, that's why today, and you see in the legacy of MLK is that today, the vast majority of black activists work for the government. They work for the government. That's why even when they get upset and they decide to demonstrate or they decide to march, is because they've been given permission to march. Because why do you march for George Floyd, but you didn't march for Sandra Bland? You didn't march for what's his name? What's the young man's name? The one with the hoodie, Trayvon, right? Why don't you march for Trayvon? Why did they march for Trayvon? Right? What was the outrage for Trayvon when that guy's name, Zuckerberg, whatever his name was, like when he got let go? Why didn't they work for him? Why did they march for the boy? Why when Sandra Bland got murdered also? Why nobody marched? I don't get that part, right? But they conveniently marched for what's that boy's name? For what's his name again? George Floyd, right? At the behest of who? George Soros, right? So you understand, like today, even black activism is part of a program with the three-letter people, right? So I do feel as though MLK, the people roughed him up, right? To make him credible. They roughed him up to make him credible. They hid a lot of his foolishness from black people because they wanted black people to see this man as a messiah, right? You understand? And one thing they've done really well between black Christians, hey boo, one thing they've done really well also to a lot of black Christians is to give a lot of black Christians the fear of Islam. You understand? And so with that being said, a lot of black Christians many, many times do not get to know their fellow black Muslims. You understand? But if you're a black Christian and you start to lean into black Islam, and you start to understand a lot of black Islam, a lot of your brothers in Islam, you understand that Islam ain't bad. And I will tell you this, a lot of black men, they need Islam. Even if they don't fully become Muslim, they need some part of Islam because Islam, it has a lot of structure to it. Another thing also with Islam, it attaches your manhood to be, like you have to be willing to die. You're not a good Muslim if you're not willing to die for your convictions, right? Now compare that to the vast majority of black Christians. They're a bunch of pushovers. They're not serious, right? Even the fact that the vast majority of churches, all the churches, have a 501c3 status. So when the government is responsible for deciding whether or not you pay or you will not pay taxes, you're more likely to bend the knee to the government. And that's why we can have black churches where black pastors are comfortable talking about, oh, it's okay to have an abortion, right? They're comfortable with even telling the congregation who to vote for. How does that even make sense? We live in America. We have the separation of church and state. But when it comes to black church, though, there is no separation between the church and the state. Why is that? Because the state today owns the black church. And who's the main culprit in bringing politician or bringing politics into the black church? It's MLK, right? Bringing politics in the church, radicalizing black people, talking about everything but God. It's MLK. And that's why today so many people feel comfortable talking politics in church. They feel comfortable telling black people, oh, you have to vote Democrat. You got to vote for a woman. You gotta do what? Okay. Where did people learn that behavior? Right? Where did that behavior? Oh yeah, Lacey. Oh, it's already 10 o'clock. My God. I haven't seen the time. Okay. Else stay up. I'm telling y'all, that's my personal opinion. Y'all can do your own research on MLK. But Marlene, to me, suspicious, right? And also a black man who says that, oh, he believes in the black people liberation. He wants black people to as U.S. citizens to feel just as American as the white man. But then you have all these protests, these peaceful protests. And that part I don't mind. To peacefully protest, that's not a problem for me. But to say to black people, we're going to peacefully protest, but if a white man hits you, don't hit him back. I take issue with that. Because if the whole purpose of this movement is for black Americans to see themselves as equal to white Americans, if a white man was struck even by another white man, will he not defend himself? Right? Okay. If a white American was struck by a black man, would he not defend himself? He would. Right? And he would tell you, I'm an American. I have the right to defend myself. Right? He would even say he has the right to even use a weapon on your ass because he has the Second Amendment. Right? So if we're going to march as black people, and the goal is to say we're marching so that we can be just as equal, like just we're all Americans. Like, so whatever is good for you is good for me. If I'm marching peacefully, right? Cool. But the moment a white person touches you, fuck their shit up. That's it. Don't touch me. I didn't touch you. If you touch me, then I'm going to touch you right back. Because that makes you a man. Right? If a white man, if you're a grown-ass black man and you walking peacefully, you're not hurting this white man. You walking on a public street that also your taxes have helped to build this public street. And the white man says, well, I don't like what I see, so I'm going to go hit this N-word. He walks up to you as a man and he strikes you. And then you as a black man, oh, it's okay. You know, I'm just trying to march so that you as a white man can see me as your equal. No, the way to get this white man to see you as your equal is to whoop his ass like his equal, right? Because the moment you beat his ass, he will understand that just like he's a man, you're a man too. Don't touch me, right? If you are a black woman and you're marching peacefully, a white woman decides to spit on you, you beat her ass, right? Because if her fellow white woman has spat on her, she would have beat her ass, right? So why does MLK say to black people, march peacefully? And when you're being abused, you're being battered, you're being traumatized, you're being assaulted by these white people, do not retaliate. Just let them hit you. Are you actually okay? Is he seriously okay? That's how you realize he worked for the government. Because why are you protecting white people? Right? So if you, hopefully you understand my logic here. If you don't want me to hit these white people back, why are we even here? Because us marching and saying that we want to be just as equal to them, you know it triggers them. They're racist. So just the notion of you being black and saying, I want to be seen equally to a white person is going to trigger this reaction. So therefore, if I cannot protect myself from this reaction, just let me stay in the house. You understand me? Right? If you say, let's march, we're going to start it peacefully. But if they start some shit, it's going to be some shit. Because a white man is not going to put his hands on me. A white woman is not going to she's not going to put her hands on me. If a white person also puts their dog on you, you should kill the dog. That's it. It's really simple. Right? Because we understand one thing that white people respect is violence. Right? That's it. Because the day you smack the white man smacks you, you smack him back. You're like, oh shit, he hit me. There you go. Now it's up to him. He can do it again, but I promise you I'm gonna smack you again until you get it. Right? You meet force with force. You don't meet force with, oh, let me pray for the white man. Let me hope that one day he stops hitting me. He's been beating your ass for 400 years. He has no inclination of stopping. Right? The way you get somebody to stop is when somebody tries you, you try them right back. That's it. Point blank, period. And that's exactly what Malcolm X was saying. If a white man hits you, you have to hit him back. You can't say, oh, but I don't believe in violence. It's not about that. He brought violence to you. He brought violence to you. So if you want him to stop doing it, he needs to know what it feels like. So if a white man hits you, you will hit his ass back. Matter of fact, you hit him harder. So he will know that he doesn't have power over you, right? But MLK is saying when the white people hit you, don't hit them back. Why not? Why not? Why not? Like, explain to me. Like, I wish he was alive today. I would have been asking him, like, why would I not hit this man? Right? Why would I not hit this woman? Right? If she was brave enough to walk up to me, even today in broad day, like in 2025, I would love for a white girl to come to me and try to hit me. Right? I will stomp the dog shit out of her face. Is she actually out of her mind? Is she seriously out of her mind? Right? But you see, today, the vast majority of white people do not walk up to black people trying to hurt black people. Why? Because they know they will get touched. What did I tell you? When somebody knows that you can respond with the same amount of pressure, same amount of force as they have, they leave you alone. It's the same thing with a nuclear bomb, right? When countries have nuclear bombs, they are more likely to talk to each other. Because everybody understands you have something destructive and I have something as equally as destructive. So it's better for us to just talk, right? And that's why even with like the whole Ukraine and Russia stuff, President Trump, he said, oh no, let's just talk to you know what I mean? Because it's a lot better to talk to Vladimir. Because there's nothing you have he doesn't have. So now you got to treat him as your equal, right? You can't just go bully this man. It's the same thing with China. If China did not have nuclear bombs, you already know what would have happened. America would have made up some lie about, oh, like they have like children, slaves, they have child slavery, they have weapons of mass destruction. Like America, you know, white people love to lie. They would have found some kind of lie and they would have sold it to a vast white, goofy ass white audience who believe in all kinds of bullshit about people who don't look like them, right? Because white people love to believe the worst about people who don't look like them. Next thing you know, there'd be all kinds of bombing into China. Right? But America cannot bomb China because China has nuclear weapons. So it's what? It's the trade war. It's the whole COVID stuff. Blame them for COVID. That's about it. But they can't really do what they want to do to China, which is to bomb their asses. Right? But they can't do it. Why? Because they have nuclear bombs. That's why even Iran, that's why Iran also has to get a nuclear bomb. Because as a Muslim country, as a Persian country, as wealthy as they are, they will never have peace. They're too wealthy. White people are inherently racist. I don't care what they say. White people are inherently racist. It's innate in them to take advantage. They take advantage of the weak. That's who they are. They will never change. They change their marketing, but the driving mindset is I'm better, I deserve it all, I'm superior, everything should belong to me. These are racist people. They are racist people. They're all racist, right? They're all racist. They might not think they are, but they are racist. White people always think that everything good should come to them first, and then the crumbs should go to everybody else. They're all racist. Leftists, conservatives, they're all racist. They're a bunch of racist people, right? The thing about it is you have to know how to deal with them. That's it, right? So for King to say, as a black person, if you get hit by a white person, don't strike the white person back. No, that turns them on. You know, they love it when you scream, oh my gosh, stop hitting me. Oh, please, white man, have mercy on me. It excites them. That's why they love torture. White people are bullies. They're big bullies, right? You want a white person to stop bullying you, you got to grab one white person, whoop his ass, and everybody else will fall into line. That's how they are. They only respect violence, even amongst themselves. You study European history. These people, they bullied each other. They went to war. They just love to pick fights with people. That's their nature. They can't help themselves. It's like asking a dog to be different or asking a cat to be different. No, you have to respect people for their nature. Stop asking people to change and be who you are. My job is to understand who you are and to move accordingly, right? But one thing about Malcolm compared to Dr. King is that Malcolm X, he always said, defend yourself. And that to me is real liberation, right? Malcolm X would have never said to you, Chris, oh, if a white man hits you, a white woman hits you, let her just walk upside your head. No, he's like, you better beat that bitch. You better break her arm and make sure she can't do it again, right? Malcolm X believed that don't start no shit. Like, don't just go out there trying to fight people. No, he didn't believe in that. But he said, if you're doing your business and a white person sees it fit to come and beat you and try to hit you, hit their asses back. I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. We don't believe in violence. And that, you know, like the famous passage he has where he says that the most disrespected woman is the black woman, right? And he said that even the black man will not be really, a black man in America is not going to be considered a man until he is willing to die for the black woman. Because he said, if people got to keep going, why? Because he said the white man will die for the white woman, right? So if you're a black man and you see a white man do something to a black woman and you don't kill this white man, there's a problem. At least beat his ass. I'm gonna kill him. It depends what he's trying to do, right? But ultimately, if you're a black man and you see a white man do something to a black woman, you have to intervene. Because you, as a black man, if he even saw you touch the hair of a white woman, he will kill you. And we've seen that. Emmett Till, the list go on, right? How many innocent black men have been murdered because a white woman claimed she was looked at, she was whispered at, she was, I don't know, just something so stupid. And you see how crazy these white boys will go just to protect the honor of that white woman? So he's saying that's what makes you a man. The fact that you are willing to die to protect yours. And that's why I said earlier, and this is why also, because that's what's required of a black man, all black women should be respectful of the black man. That he will want to step up for you, protect you, and even die for you. Definitely check the white man for you. Okay? But I take strong issue with the fact that Dr. King said, if a white man hits you, don't hit him back. That to me makes you a traitor. And that's why I believe that he worked with the CIA. Right? And all the bombing stuff, being arrested in Birmingham, and these goofy ass letters he wrote in Birmingham, it's all fugazi. They had to beat his ass. They had to lock his ass up to make it seem like he was really outside like that. No, he was inside with these people. And I feel like the same program they used to create Dr. King is the same program they used to create Barack Obama. And that's why when you listen to Barack Obama carefully, think about this. A man, his mom was white, his daddy from Kenya. He was raised in Hawaii. He was born in Hawaii. He was raised in Indonesia. Where did Barack Obama learn to speak like a Southern preacher? Where? The man is not from the South. When he comes back to America, he ends up living in Chicago, right? Like he went to Hawaii for a little bit, but then he was mostly in Chicago. Do you hear how people, I don't know if you ever heard Chicago people, how they talk and how Barack Obama talk about you. If you close your eyes, first of all, you would think that was Dr. King talking. Number two, you would think Barack Obama was raised in the South. How is that even possible? Right? Because he's also part of something. Listen, I don't want to say too much, but you got to start asking yourself questions. This guy comes out of nowhere. He's a community activist. Somehow he finds the millions of dollars to run for Senate. He's in there for only 2 years, and somehow he becomes president. And then he takes Joe Biden, the founding father of the crime bill, to be his vice president. Sure, whatever. And he went to Harvard. Sure, whatever. Like, it gets to a point you start to recognize the people, me, Marlene, because America is so racist, they have to control Black people. And you start to understand, little by little, you start to understand every Black person they hold in your face. Oh, love this person, love that person, look up to this person. You should want to be like this person, right? When you realize that these people right here, these fake idols, they ain't shit. They work for the government, right? Even one day, we're going to wake up one day, we might even find out that even Beyonce work for the government, okay? We're going to wake up one day, we're going to find out the vast majority of rappers work for the government. We're going to find out that the vast majority of rappers were federal informants, right? because that's how you control the people. You control their culture. You control their faith. You control who they look up to. You control their influencers. You control their idols. You control everything. And then you say, we're not racist. Look, Beyonce's rich. Jay-Z's rich. Well, Michelle Obama's rich. One Bill is rich. No, the black people that are rich are the black people that these people selected, right? To show me someone that you did not select that is black and rich. I would love to see it. I love to see it, right? But the Oprah Winfrey, all these people, they're all chosen. And that's why they act the same way. They talk the same way. Everybody tells you to vote Democrat. Everybody, because you understand what this is. Okay? You understand what this is. That's why I say MLK is weird, right? Number one time, because when I was a lot younger, especially moving here in America, but, you know, growing up in Africa, I never had issues with Islam. Like I said, you know, there's a lot of African people that are Muslim, so it's not a big deal. But growing up here, like when you live here in America, you understand Americans are seriously Islamophobic, okay? Americans hate Islam, all right? But especially growing up here, though, even though I knew him when I was living back in Africa, but growing up here, you know, people would say a lot of bad things about Minister Farrakhan, right? Especially the white people, especially the choo-choo people, right? Choo-choo people, they cannot stand Minister Farrakhan because Minister Farrakhan knows what's up, right? And so because they didn't like Minister Farrakhan, I decided to start listening to Minister Farrakhan. And I will never forget one thing that the minister said. He said, when you see a black person and white people like that black person too much, they're up to no good. They're up to no good. And has he lied? He never lied. Now, he might have lied about not knowing what happened to MLK, though, to Malcolm X, though, right? But it starts to make you think. All these people are intentionally chosen. They are intentionally molded, right? Even yesterday, I was thinking about this yesterday. When I was like, we were vacationing in Paris that one year, 1996, we were vacationing in Paris, right? I think they had the Olympics in Barcelona, right? If I'm not mistaken. And I remember because that year you had the dream team. It was like Michael Jordan. Who else was there? Y'all, it was crazy. It was oh Lord, hold on. It was all the people trying. Oh, hold on. Yeah. No, 92. Sorry. It was 92. Hold on. Because Kevin was just born. No, that's your old. No. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Everybody that was part of Space Jam, right? You want to see this picture? Right? So we were in Paris. We're not far from Spain, right? But you should see the TV. It was like, oh, there's the Americans are here. Plus, like the people were just crazy. Like these tall ass, athletic black American people. Oh Lord. But even that, look, hold on. Let me make myself small. Okay. Do you see these black people? Who we got? Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing, right? What's the admiral's name? I forgot his name. Okay, from San Antonio. Okay, and then nice shoulders from Utah. I forgot his name, child, right? But I'm like, do you see Carmelo? There you go, Carmelo, right? But do you see how? Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, do you see how all these black people? You see these black men right there, right? Like dress. Oh, Scottie Pippen was there too. Okay, cool, right? But do you see how nobody has tattoos? Okay, do you see how nobody has tattoos? Right? How many black people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. You have 8 black people on the team. Do you see one black American on there with a tattoo? One day, y'all gonna open your eyes to this demonic activity. Do you see one black man up there? Do you see one single black American basketball player with a tattoo? With not to be offensive with the dreadlocks, but I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Do you see the whole tats, the this, the da-da-da? Okay, even these men up there, I mean, besides Carmelo, because he has a case of like little 16-year-old thing, but besides that, right? They're all married. They're cheating, but they're married, okay? Married, no tattoo, clean image. So either you have the buzz cut, like you're completely bald, or you got the short cut, right? See this? 1992. Dennis, he's not in here. He's not here. Because like, and on top of that too, Dennis was an oddity. Like he was out there. He was a little different, Taurus. He's a little crazy. But the vast majority of them did not look like what these players look today. Let me show you some of these players today. Hold on. Y'all gonna see this, okay? NBA. Okay. Okay. Let me find somebody today. Where can I find these young people today, child? I don't even know who to look for, right? There you go. There you go. You guys, we are living in some weird ass simulation. Okay. Today, here's what a typical Black American player looks like. Tattoos everywhere, like he went to prison. And these are people who didn't even go to prison. These are people who, most of them have like a two-parent household, okay? Went to high school, they went to college, never been to prison, right? But they can't, they cannot help themselves. They have to look felonious, okay? They have to look like they've been incarcerated, all right? Here's this one. Where's he at? Okay, there you go, right? Tattoos everywhere. Like you would think these people were incarcerated. If you didn't know any better, you would think the NBA, they actually go to prisons to pick people. You would think the NBA draft is a draft for people who did hard time in San Jose or St. Quentin prison or what's the other one? The one that's on the water. Okay, this is how they look like. This is it. And you think this is random, right? Do you believe that this actually right here is random, right? Do you think this is random? Right? From 1992 to today, look at how the image has changed, right? It's all intentional, right? And they grab these young people, they put them in these positions of influence, they put them in these positions where they have cameras all over them, they get so much press, they get so much coverage, they make so much money. So what's going to happen? That these young boys are going to see this and they're going to want to mimic the behavior. Between a basketball player who has a two-parent household, come from a two-parent household, went to high school, went to college, joins the NBA. You might be 24, 25, 23. You have a $300 million contract and some street little thug person. You can't even tell them apart. That's how you know America's racist. You can't even tell them apart. You can't even tell somebody who lives a street life versus somebody who plays for the NBA. If you didn't know any better, you would think the NBA drafts occur in prisons. Like they go to prison, you know, like a federal prison, you know, state prison, you know, maximum security prisons. And this is where they go to find these people. And you really can't, exactly, you really can't. You cannot tell a Black corporate woman apart from a Black stripper. You definitely can't. And that's how you know America's racist. Right? That's how you know America's racist. Because you should be able to determine, oh, that's a basketball player and that's a YN. You should be able to tell the difference. No, you can't tell the difference. Because whether he's making $300 million, whether he has a $300 million contract, or he's slinging dope on the street corner, everybody looks the same. They all look the same. Right? So it goes to show you, like, even in America, even rich people in America are not even allowed to stand out and to be excellent, to be the exception. No, you got to look like the bottom of the barrel. You got to look at the bottom of the barrel. And I'm like, this is intentional. This is intentional. And because people don't cry this out, because today, the sad part is because so many Black people go to public schools. The vast majority of public schools are run by liberal people. The vast majority of public school, even their history books, whatever, even the history of Black people, it is told to Black people by white liberals. You know what I'm saying? Black people don't even learn their history from other Black people. They learn their history from white liberals and from textbooks written by white liberals, right? So you get to a point where you start thinking, oh, this is who I am. This is my culture. This is my story. Where'd you learn that? Right? Besides modern times, besides like in the past, like 30, 40 years or so, show me any time in American history where any Black American man looked like this. I would love to see it. Right? When you find black people like back, slavery days, who had something on their bodies because they were beaten. It was scars. Like either they were branded like cows, so they would have that stuff on their bodies, right? Because they were being tortured. They were tortured. right? Remember that there's like this famous picture. Hold on. Right? Right? Like once upon a time, Black American history, any Black man with something on his body, it was proof that he was not only property, but he was tortured. He was tortured. People were not just gladly, willy-nilly putting stuff on their bodies. Are you actually okay? Are you actually okay? Right? You will never see this. Why? Because the history of Black people belonged to Black people. And it was taught by Black people to Black people. So people had pride in who they are. Right? You start sending your children to be educated by people that hate your guts. And you wonder why the Black child today is mediocre. Of course. Why would any white person work hard to make Black children competent? Are you actually okay? And that one day your Black children will have the good job, and their white children are going to work for your Black children. Do you even understand how power actually works? Right? You think your enemy is going to raise your son to one day be superior to his child? Like, explain to me how this works in your head. Like, how? But you see, free lunch, free food, free aftercare, right? Free books. They use free to get Black people to hand over their dearest possession, their children. Oh, we'll give them free education. We'll give them free books. We'll give them free breakfast, free lunch. And 18 years later, you have a full idiot on your hand. A child with no sense of self. A child completely confused. A child with no sense of Black pride. Confused AF. A child who doesn't even know his history. He will tell you that, these kids will tell you a version of slavery. Like, where'd you learn that? It's so bizarre. This is so bizarre. But then again, that is what happened when you allow people who hate your guts to train your children. Black kids go to these schools from Monday through Friday. Okay? Spend almost 40 hours, 50 hours in the care of white people. And you wonder why these kids are crazy like this. Right? But I'm like, you would see a Black man with stuff on his body, trauma, a sign that he was property. He didn't do this to himself. He would never do it to himself. Today, these kids, they gladly go and they offer up their bodies because they think it makes them Black. They think it makes them real. They think it makes them it makes you look like property of the NBA, property of confusion. Okay? That's how it goes. That's really how it goes, right? But one day, like I said, I don't know when, maybe I'm not going to be alive, but one day, all of this is all going to come outside. All of this one day will be exposed. MLK, the Black church, the Black entertainer, the Black athlete, the Black music, it is all going to be exposed. And how all of these people were handpicked, giving, they're giving, I don't know, they're giving a playbook, a manual, right, on who to be, how to dress, how to talk, to get other Black people to follow suit. Because the goal is self-destruction. The goal is to make sure these people, they never can rival us. You see, and with Black people, they were successful. With the Chinese, they're not successful. And that's why it drives them crazy. Because the Chinese people are very, 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 they're extremely, extremely picky as to what they allow the Chinese children to be exposed to. Because they know with the white man comes perversion, right? So they're really, really selective what they allow their Chinese children to be exposed to, right? Black people, all you have to do is offer something for free. Free food, free lunch, free textbook, free this, free, and they just give their children away. Black people are not protective enough of their kids. Okay? They're not protective enough of their kid. They're not suspicious enough when it comes to who is responsible for teaching my Black child. Hold up, wait a minute. Okay? But all this foolishness happens with MLK and after MLK. So to me, that's why I say he's weird. Okay? These people are up to no good. But imagine if, first of all, if Malcolm X had not died, imagine what Black America would look like today. Second of all, imagine if the Nation of Islam was still a powerful influence in the Black community, not just the Black church. Because it should be, sometimes it's good to have competition. right? But today, the vast majority of Black people in America are controlled by the Black church. There's no other opposing school of ideology. There's no other opposing faith, right? But I'm like, if the Nation of Islam had been just as successfully rooted in Black America, a lot of foolishness would not be going down. Because over there, you don't do foolishness. You don't do foolishness. I don't know if you guys have ever studied Nation of Islam. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. Some of you probably haven't done that. But if you ever study the Nation of Islam, you don't do foolishness over there. You don't do foolishness. You don't do foolishness. Even putting ink on your body is haram. Tattooing yourself is haram. You cannot put stuff on your body, right? They're very, very strict. They are seriously strict. And it's also extremely patriarchal. So, you know, these white liberals will have an issue with that because they want a Black household with no daddy. Because when there's no strong father, there's no strong leader. Oh, please. The mama you can kill, the children you can pervert, and then like, yeah, and then you can stunt their growth. Like they're never going to go anywhere. They don't have a daddy. They don't have a daddy, right? And they made sure when the faction between Malcolm and the Nation of Islam, killing Malcolm, what they did to the Nation of Islam, they did a good job. And today, all you have is the Black church. And you see the kind of perversion that comes out of the Black church. It's so disgusting. It is so disturbing that even be here today and to see the Black church, these Black pastors who are trying to convince people that even the Bible believes in matriarchy. Where? Have you ever seen a Muslim say that in Islam a woman can lead a man in Islam? No, doesn't work, right? But do you think if all these Muslim countries had women, whether it's Dubai, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Lebanon, Syria, you think if these people had been led, even Iran, you think if they had been led by women, they would have stood to this day? No, because they're led by men. So they have been able to withstand these imperialistic white people, right? But like nowhere in Islam are you going to see that a woman gets to walk on a man's head, a woman gets to lead the family, the children belong to the woman, all this foolishness. No. So they made sure to do their bad press, their negative press on the Nation of Islam, and they pretty much removed the Nation of Islam from the Black community. Right? Like sometimes, yeah, you can have Minister Farrakhan come outside, but he's really sick now. He's about to die pretty soon anyways, right? But after he's gone, who's left? Right? And all that is intentional. And they tell you, oh, they hate Jesus and this and that. For that, they say that all the time. Oh, they hate Jesus and they don't like Jesus. So a lot of Black Christians become really afraid of Islam, and they even become afraid of reaching out and getting to know their fellow Black brothers and sisters who practice Islam, right? Like, no. Everything out here, you got to have the yin to the yang, okay? If you have a strong Black church movement, you also have to have a strong Black Muslim movement. So that way they can balance themselves out. But when you just allow the Black church and these goofy ass Black pastors to just run amok, well, there are consequences. You're going to have consequences. Hold on, you guys, hold on. You play this.
If they weren't so delusional today. I don't know why the Democrats decided to descend into the party that hates America and turn on their countrymen. Here's where she starts to talk about the actual tangible diminished output of our manufacturing due to the free trade. And remember, this is in 1996. So imagine this problem that she's going to mention, but ongoing for another 30 years. And that's why we're so screwed now.
And the most serious of these transfers of technology are in the airline industry, where Boeing tail sections of the Boeing 737s were mostly made in Wichita, Kansas. Now they are made in Shen province, where workers make $50 a month. And they had the transfer of the technology and the transfer of the jobs has taken place. General Motors, Ford, they're all fighting to get in to build factories there so they can make parts there. They want MFN so they can get those parts back into the United States. So we are exporting not low-tech jobs and textile jobs. We're exporting our technology. Now, if you take a country the size of China, with the very cheap, and in some instances, slave labor, the lack of market access, the rip-off of our intellectual property, the transfer of technology, a country that is not willing to play by the rules in any respect in this trade relationship, you have a serious threat not only to our relationship, but to the industrialized world.
A common argument from the left will be, We don't need to bring back all this manufacturing to America. We shouldn't be spending our time on building out these cheap, useless products. They don't understand. Nobody's talking about opening up toothpick plants across the United States. What we're saying is COVID showed us that we are completely screwed in the event of a global supply chain crunch. There is no reason why we are not manufacturing our own pharmaceuticals. There is no reason we aren't manufacturing the most basic inputs we need for all of our technology to run. There's no reason that we don't have robust steel and shipbuilding industries, because we do live in the real world where we have to be ready for war at any time. Like, the philosophy of the last 70 years is we don't need to manufacture anything. And sure, maybe we don't need to manufacture everything, but we have to be able to manufacture everything we need, and we can't even do that right now. That is not the makings of a sustainable country, one that can't build the things it needs to survive. We just forgot building things.
No, like, what's his name again, Brandon? He's really nice. I've DM'd him before. He responds to people. He's really cool. But even that too, I disagree. I'm like, yeah, I disagree, because I'm like, yeah. He's like, why don't we make our own pharmaceuticals? Okay. Do you have the people for that? Right. And once again, you see, this is, I don't even know, because I'm like, oh, I feel bad for saying this, but then again, I really don't, right? But this is the problem with even our government, especially Congress, like people like Nancy Pelosi, the Chuck Schumers, and whoever's out there in the Congress, right? Is that these people are excessively protective of big pharma. Like who? Like who's out there? Like Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, who else is out there? Like whoever they are, right? It's not that many people. Hold on. It's not that many companies, right? Let me see. Big pharma. Which companies make up big pharma? Let's see. Okay. You see, even today in America, look, we have Pfizer, we have Johnson & Johnson, we have Merck, AbbVie, okay, Gilead Sciences, GlaxoSmithKline, Bristol Myers Squibb, okay. So we have like, we see, we don't have that many, right? We don't have that many. First of all, why is that? Because of Congress, right? Because of Congress, because of lobbying. But they put money in these people's pockets, so they make it harder for, because anybody, think about this, anybody who has any kind of tech or any kind of IP, right, that could challenge Pfizer or like whatever, if Pfizer has a medication or Pfizer has a vaccine, right? Anyone who wants to challenge that, what they gonna do? They gonna deploy the big dogs in Congress. They gonna, the big lobby, the big money, right? So the politicians, they gonna vote against you. Even being able to get a patent from the U.S. Patent Office, how long gonna take you, right? And people like Pfizer, imagine the kind of lawyers they're gonna sit on your ass, right? You have something that you can go against something that Johnson & Johnson, like you got some kind of therapeutic or whatever that's close enough to something that Johnson & Johnson has. They're gonna kill your ass. You might end up dead, for real, right? Merck, maybe not. I don't know. But I'm like, we don't have that many pharmaceuticals in America, pharmaceutical companies in America. This is big pharma right here. So it's concentrated. White people, white CEOs, white lobbyists, and white Congress people, right? Once again, America shot itself in the foot. Because if we had a country where we could really allow people who innovate and create to not be bullied by big pharma, to not be stifled by greedy ass, corrupt ass Congress people, right? Well, of course, we would have more pharmaceuticals over here, right? But you can't. It's like anybody who's, if you're even good in the area of pharmaceuticals, right? You're going to have to go work for these people. And if you work for them, you can't work on what you want to work for. You have to work on what they want you to work for. If you come up with anything new while working for these people, they own the technology. And this is also not cheap. To say, oh, why don't we manufacture stuff here? Why don't we make all my pharmaceuticals? You need money. Billions of dollars. A lab ain't cheap. Chemists ain't cheap. These people are not cheap. This is really expensive, right? You need billions of dollars. Who's going to give you the money? Who? Okay? Who's going to give you the money? Right? So you see, if we truly had more, like if we truly believe in like, I guess like free markets, like we really believe in giving people a chance and allowing anybody to compete with big pharma, we would definitely have way more innovation over here. But we don't, because America is corrupt. America is incredibly corrupt. You understand? And that's why, like me, I got to a point where I'm like, I can't say if Trump is being dishonest or not, but I understand that a lot of stuff he's saying is just for marketing. Because if you really, truly want to make America great again, nah, there are kind of changes you're going to have to do. It's going to be crazy, right? And if they already have a hard time with Doge, imagine how they're going to feel when you really want to start implementing some real changes. Because a lot of rich people will have to be poor. Not if they're not poor, but they will have to suffer like substantial losses to their wealth, and they're not going to go down easy, right? Look at even the people who try to call out Boeing for all the foolishness that Boeing got going on, right? All the whistleblowers, and they dead. Aren't they dead? Okay, aren't these people dead now, right? Even Dr. Kibi, sorry you guys, I'm trying to do something real quick. Okay, cool. Right? Even Dr. Kibi, allegedly, I don't know too much about Dr. Kibi, but they were saying that Dr. Kibi had came up with some kind of like ground technology, like some kind of medicine to cure HIV or to cure cancer. I don't know. The next thing you know, bloop, 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 the man is dead, right? Think about all the people that you've ever heard had a cure for this, a cure for that, a cure for that. And mysteriously, the people is dead. They are dead, right? Because we have a gangster ass, criminal ass pharmaceutical company with lots of money, big lobbyists, and corrupt politicians in office, right? Because to win an election, whether it's president, whether it's senator, whether it's House representative, right? You need money. You need money. And guess who has money? Companies, corrupt companies. So therefore, because who you vote for, like even deciding, oh, I like this person, I'm gonna go vote for this person, because let's be so for real, people don't really vote for policies. People vote for who they like. And that's why for the past 30 years or so, Nancy Pelosi was never ousted out of Congress, right? How can one senator be in office for 30 plus something years? That's crazy, because America is corrupt. It's corrupt. They play this goofy ass game where they change presidents every 4 years or every 8 years, right? To make you feel like this is a country that really believes in like democracy and this and that. But we already told you, we ain't got no damn democracy. We have a constitutional republic. Who writes the Constitution? Who wrote the Constitution? Who protects the Constitution? Congress. So you can change these presidents every 4 years if you want to. Play all these stupid games you want to. That's why it's even very, very silly for people to get so caught up in Republican, Democrat. Oh, you voted for Trump. I'm not going to talk to you. It really shows that you don't understand shit. The real power in America is in Congress. The real power are these freaking senators, right? Because when you're a Supreme Court justice, you can stay there. It's a life term until you die, or unless you want to retire, right? Think about that part. Congress, these people have like, I feel like they have unlimited terms. Because Nancy Pelosi, she's not been there for like maybe 40 years now, right? So think about that. Between the president versus Nancy Pelosi, who has more of a say-so? Who has been more impactful on your daily life as an American? Okay? Nancy Pelosi. Because Congress writes the laws. They write the laws. They write who gets to have this, who doesn't get to have this, what is legal, what's not legal. If a company needs a permit, don't need a permit, right? If they have to go through the FDA, or Congress can say, oh, you know what, Johnson & Johnson, usually you would have to get FDA permission, but today we give you an exception. There's more power in Congress than in the White House. And that's why when it's time to vote for Congress people, you see how they make it very hush-hush, right? Everybody knows November 4th, you vote for a president. Do most people know when you actually vote for a U.S. congressperson? I wonder why. Okay? Because they don't really want things to change. It's the illusion of change. And that's what the White House is for. The White House gives you the illusion of change. But you look at the makeup of Congress, it's the same people. The only thing that can kind of change is who has the majority every 4 years or so. But the vast majority of Congress people don't move. Look at Mitch McConnell. He's decrepit. Look at how long it took for this man to say, okay, I'm finally going to leave. I'm like, if he could have died there, he probably would have died there, right? Do you understand? It's a lot of corruption in America from Democrats, Republicans. Like, it's a lot of corruption. America is a very corrupt country. So it's like to say, oh, but we should manufacture our own pharmaceuticals. Yeah, we should. But that's not going to happen, right? Because we all know, even pharmaceuticals in America, like even like medicine, it could be way cheaper, but it's not. Why? Because of people's IP, these patents and this and that, the lawyers that can come after you, right? So that's why certain drugs are cheaper in Canada. Certain drugs are cheaper in Russia. There are drugs here that cost $1,000. In Russia, it's $10. Why is that? Right? But they're going to sit here and tell you, oh, Vladimir Putin evil. Vladimir. But Vladimir, for some reason, he's been able to figure out how to get to his people medication for really cheap. Whereas here in America, you will die behind some medication. You can go pay. It's not even socialism because they make you feel, oh, no, you need socialism to fix it. You need socialism to make medicine affordable. No, you got to look at these patents. And maybe also certain Congress people need to go, right? But some of these patents have to really be studied, right? Should we allow people to use these patents to have these crazy ass monopolies that make it so expensive or so much harder for other people to have their innovation on the market and to reach a new audience? And like, hey, I have an alternative, right? Let's talk about that. I don't know, right? But I'm like, it's a real thing. There are reasons why we don't make as many pharmaceuticals here, or we don't have them as cheaper. There's a reason. And you look at Congress, they are responsible for helping these companies maintain these goofy ass monopolies. They are responsible for helping these people when they even kill their competition, actually literally murder people. They're responsible for covering all that up, right? This is how it goes. So you can be mad if other countries don't allow medical companies to do certain things. And so now there's more of a competition. And when there's competition, the price comes down. Medication gets better and the price comes down, right? Maybe it's time that when it comes to big pharma, America also has to start truly being about that life. If we believe in the free market, we should allow the whole medical sector to really be about the free market. We should not allow these big companies to use their billions and trillions of dollars, right, to pay off these Congress people to have laws that pretty much create a monopoly and nobody else can break through. Because then what happens? If you know that in America, you can never sell your medication, right? You'll go to another country that is more open to, hey, you know, we believe that healthcare should be affordable. So if you have a great technology, go ahead and we'll let you do it. We'll let you come up with your medicine. We'll let you promote your medicine. We're not going to try to stop you. We're not going to write a law against you. And we're definitely not going to let your competitor truly try to kill you, right? Hey, Diana, that needs to be said. So I'm like, no, it's not that easy. And I just feel like, I kind of feel like these 4 years of Trump, I mean, we'll see how it goes. But I kind of feel like 4 years with Trump, it's going to be a whole lot of talking about, oh, America this, America that, but not truly dismantling the whole system that makes it so it's impossible to do certain things in America that would truly make prices affordable and make life better for the American people. But I could be wrong. We shall see. I could be wrong. Hold on. Where's the video?
Things was crucial and thought we could rely on the third world at slave wages. And then most of our economy's output became dependent on financial services. We were moving a lot of money from point A to point B, getting rich while creating absolutely nothing, but providing the capital for these other countries to invest in real, tangible infrastructure. Now,
okay, so who's to blame for that? Okay, so if you're saying that these white bankers, because the vast majority of banks belong to white people. So are you saying that white people, white bankers were responsible for moving American capital over here, over here, over there, over here, thinking about their own pockets versus being patriotic and doing what's right financially for the country? You can't blame China for that. Call Jamie Dimon, okay? Hold him accountable. All right? You cannot blame the Chinese for being goofy. In China, you can't take money out of China. I don't know if you guys know, President Ping, he does not let you take money out of China. Your money will stay in China, right? Once again, if these Congress people are writing laws that make it feasible for American bankers to take all kinds of money out of America, to put their money in other banks, put their American gold in Hong Kong, put American money in London, put American money in Ireland, put American money in Taiwan, whose fault is that, right? Always trying to blame the wrong people because people are racist, right? Blame everything on the Chinese. No, blame it on your Congress people, right? Because they should have written laws that made it impossible, illegal to remove a certain amount of money out of America, right? Just like even here, with Apple, even though I guess Apple's an American company, but you know that Apple, they don't keep their money in America. They keep their money in Ireland. trillions of dollars. They keep their money in Ireland, right? Is that also China's fault? Because if their money was here, if Apple's money was in America, right? All the interest being made off their money, what could the government have done with that, right? What could we have done with that, right? Because they're robbing the American people. Why are they storing trillions of dollars in Ireland? Okay, why? And that too, it's legal because Congress allows that to happen. Congress could have had laws that say when you're an American company, you're not allowed to store more than of your net worth, like your wealth, whatever, in a foreign country. The vast, like 80% of your wealth has to be here in America, right? No, you allow these other white people who have these big corporations to do whatever they want to do. And so it affects the US dollar. It affects the ability to create jobs. It affects your ability to build new bridges and do X, Y, and Z. But that's not China's fault. Because in China, with President Ping, right? Because you don't play those games, you cannot take money out of China. You cannot take money out of China. Your money will stay in China, right? But over here, we allow rich white people to do whatever they want to do. Okay, cool. So that you can't be mad. Because when you keep doing it time and time over and over and over again, right? One day it's going to bite you in the ass. And I guess today is 2025. So yeah, piece of your ass got chewed. But you cannot be mad at the Chinese. You cannot be mad at the Chinese, okay?
Now, the last thing she says, and I wanted to save this for last, is a warning that I wish the current Democrat Party would hear.
And if there's one message that I want our colleagues to understand today and our constituents is that on this day, your member of Congress could have drawn the line to say to the President of the United States, do something about this U.S.-China trade relationship that is a job loser for the United States. And this brings us to the point that others have said, well, we can't isolate China. Do you think for 1 minute that with 10 million jobs at least, and $35 billion and be over $40 billion this year in a trade surplus, all those billions of dollars in surplus, that the Chinese are going to walk away? Where are they going to take 35 to 40% of their exports?
Ma'am, have you ever seen a map of the world? There's Latin America, boo-boo. There's Europe. There's Latin America. There's Asia. I mean, I think these people think like, oh, they don't do business with America. They can't make money. Have you not heard that the Chinese are all over Africa? Like, what are you even talking about? Okay, but you see, that's that white arrogance right there. Well, where are they going to go? Who are they going to trade with? Ma'am, there are other people in the world besides American people. Okay.
Who's going to buy them? This is what sustains the regime. The funding and the jobs. They can't have those people out of work. They have to be at work exporting to the United States.
Instead of trying to play nice and weak, we need to be doing exactly what Trump is doing now, utilizing our economic power and leverage to fix things. We hold the cards. We are the world's piggy bank. We buy everybody's stuff. Yes, they can posture and make their statements and make it seem like they're going to fight against the United States, but they all live in the real world. And they realize if we close off our credit card to the rest of the world and spend that money only at home, their countries are going to be far, far, far worse off than ours ever could. She said at the time of that, we had a $40 billion deficit. Now it is $400 billion per year. $400 billion.
And you truly believe that Trump, with his tariffs, in 4 years, he can close a $400 billion deficit with China? Like, these people are just so damn silly. I'm like, these people are really, really silly. They're like 25 years spent killing Muslims. Could have used that to fix your economy. You could have used that to close the deficit, right? 25 years just killing Muslims. And you wonder why. China has secured, you guys, when I tell you they have secured all these ports in Africa, they have secured all these natural resources in Africa, right? Because you're too busy trying to kill Muslims. Too busy trying to murder Muslims. Okay? Unbelievable.
Per year of our money that is going to make an adversary rich. All of the money Chinese businesses make are essentially just the coffers of the CCP. And they use that money to send fentanyl into our country and kill our citizens, ramp up their military, and get ready to fight a world war.
When he talks about like the fentanyl stuff, I do believe like we got to stop the inflow on fentanyl. But I'm like, for as much as we are telling the Chinese to not allow fentanyl to come in here, I feel like people should know this. Like in China, when you sell drugs in China, they kill your ass. So I think it's a bit misleading. You're like, oh, the Chinese are bringing fentanyl to America. Like, no. Chinese people, China, President Ping, he is extremely, extremely harsh on drug dealers. They will kill your ass. Okay? It's not a friendly country to drug dealers, unlike America. America, we don't kill our drug dealers. Okay? So if anybody needs to take a tougher stance against drugs, it probably will be the American people. Now we're saying Mexico, do better with fentanyl. Canada, do better with fentanyl. China, do better with fentanyl. I will also say this. It's a nice thing to say, but I do believe that also President Trump, he has to also talk to the American people. Try also not to take fentanyl, right? Because it's all business. I don't agree with taking drugs, nor do I agree with selling drugs. But American people have a taste for drugs. So maybe like when it comes to Hollywood, like with the music videos, movies, entertainment, maybe American people can stop glamorizing drug usage so much, right? Stop glamorizing drug usage so much, right? We had a whole series called, what's the thing with that girl's in Zendaya? What's that thing called again? Euphoria, right? An entire show. It went super viral on HBO. It's about some people in high school students. Everybody on that show is on drugs, right? America has a problem with glamorizing drug usage and also glamorizing the people who sell the drugs. Drug dealers always look good. Drug dealers always have the nice cars. Drug dealers always have the best girlfriends and stuff. The culture also has to change towards drugs because you can't say, oh yeah, you people have to stop bringing drugs in here. But yet you are responsible for always making content where you glamorize drug usage. You glamorize the people who sell drugs. As long as the American people continue to have an insatiable desire for these drugs will keep coming into America. The best way to stop all these goofy ass inflow of fentanyl and all these goofy ass drugs into America is to truly get the American people to stop wanting to use these drugs, right? So what do? I don't know. Do we promote like family, natural high, going out there in nature, mountain climbing, camping? I don't know. But they also, like the government, they have to work on that too. What is it that we can offer people that will give them just as much of a high, right, as consuming drugs? I also feel as though the president needs to talk to Hollywood. Can you stop making all these movies where you're always glamorizing drug dealers and you're always glamorizing drug usage, right? All these Hollywood people have to take accountability. They have to stop glamorizing it. And they glamorize drug usage to young people because Euphoria is a bunch of adults cosplaying as teenagers. Zendaya ain't no teenager, but they were in Euphoria doing all kinds of drugs, the drugs. So I'm like, when you're always pushing drugs at young people, you can't be surprised if they actually want to try these drugs. So as long as there's demand for fentanyl, it will keep coming into America. And there's a way somehow that you can stop fentanyl from coming into America, the people will find a way to make fentanyl from scratch. Sorry, we have to stop glamorizing drug usage in America. It's just too much. It really, really is too much. And I also feel as though, personal opinion, but I also feel as though the reason why even drug usage has got to be so bad is not just because it's being glamorized and things like that, but it's also because we have decided to remove God and the Bible from the American way of life, right? Maybe we need to go back to a time where we actually put faith, like your faith is important. Being a Christian is important. Being a Jew or a Hebrew is important. Being a Muslim is important, right? We got to encourage people to go back to their faith and to be proud to be people that have a faith and that have a relationship with God. Because maybe if more people had daily contact with God, if more people read their Bibles or the Quran or the Torah every single day, people will be less likely to even want to go touch this filth. But we have encouraged people to stray away from God and to make up their own mind and their own ideas and their own this, and that. So today we have a perverse generation. These are the consequences from removing the Bible from the school. I'm like, my thing is, Marlene, all I'm trying to say is ultimately everything that's happening to America, America is to blame. Okay? That's it. That's it. If we had stayed with the Bible in the church, in school, if we really had real preachers out here, if we had more modesty in our content, if we stopped glorifying foolishness, perversion, sexual indiscipline, alcoholism, sex work, and all this nasty stuff, right? A lot less people would want to take these drugs. People are self-soothing with these drugs because when you don't have God in your life, you will never feel whole. So that also needs to be talked about.
And disrupt the world order that made them rich, because now they want to take it over, have control, and not let anybody else ever do what China did ever again. The Democrats are so short-sighted. They're so misguided and delusional, and all they're seeing is red and anti-Trump. They can't even see the writing on the wall. They need to adopt this common sense that Nancy Pelosi had 30 years ago, because if they work together with Trump to make this country better, like politicians should be doing, they are not just helping save our country, they will be helping to save the world. But let me know what you guys think down in the comments section below. If you enjoyed the video, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you.
So Brandon, I usually like your book. I usually like your book today. I like you, but today's video. Let me show you this, right? When I tell you guys, it is so hard to get money out of China, right? There's a lot that has to change, and there's a lot that has to change. The American laws have to change. It really is, okay. But the problem is too. The problem also is that, to me, another problem that I see also when it comes to American politics and really making great changes for America, right, is that the American voter is so immature. The American, as long as you keep having voters that are easily distracted, it's going to be a problem. As long as you have voters who are holding on to, oh, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, right? You know what I'm saying? They care more about the party. They care more about self. And until we get to a place where you can have American voters who really say, what would it take for America, my America, to be the best country possible, right? We're really going to have a problem, because here people are just too distracted. They want to know who's sleeping with who. They want to know who did what. You know what I'm saying? Like all it takes is or they want to vote because a celebrity said vote this way. You know, until we start having serious voters, I really don't see how you come out of all of this. I really don't see that. I truly do not see that, because over here people are so immature. You know, voting is so serious. The right to vote across the board, federal, you name it, right? The right to vote in any country is such a serious responsibility. It's a very, very serious responsibility. Today, we're sitting here and it is so sad because American politics, it has been turned into WWE wrestling. It has been turned into the days of our lives. It has been turned into what's it called? Housewives of DC. You know what I mean? Love and hip hop of Pennsylvania Avenue. This is insanity. Okay, this is not reality TV. This is real life. These are real laws. These people in these positions are really positions that affect all of us. And when it's time to vote, it's time for people to start being serious. Right? But unfortunately, too many people are very unserious when it comes time to vote. And some people vote to be petty. Some people vote to be vindictive. No, Kevin, it's really sad. I'm like this, because you see, when you don't handle something, you didn't handle something properly in 1995. You see, now we're in 2025. It caught up to us. 30 years. All it takes is 30 years to go from $40 billion trade deficit to a $400 billion trade deficit, right? And it's not something you can fix in 4 years. And because when Trump leaves, who knows? It might be a Democrat, it might be a Republican. That Republican, even if it's a Republican, that Republican might not want to keep doing what Trump did because he might want to have his own legacy, right? So I'm like, these real problems here cannot be fixed in 4 years. You understand? You know? But you have people, for example, even if you want to be a Democrat, but at least be a serious Democrat. No, they're so unserious. You have people who want AOC, Cortez, a girl who was a bartender. This is how ratchet American politics has gotten. They want a bartender to maybe one day run for president. AOC, Alexandria Cortez, are you actually okay? This girl is batshit crazy. I'm like, this is insanity. A bartender, right? And because she just runs her mouth and says all kinds of stupid shit. They're like, oh yeah. I'm like, are you actually listening to what she's saying? Right? If we also don't stop with these goofy ass socialist programs that make people feel entitled, and that's another sad thing too, huh? You understand? I'm like, put the bad side too of America to the side, but I'm like, this really was the country that was really like founded with the spirit of a man makes himself. If you believe, you can do it. If you want to build, you start building. Okay, you didn't wait for anybody. You didn't wait for a government. You know, people who just trekked over here, over there, with no prospects of ever being successful, but somehow they became successful, right? To now today, the vast majority of American people feel as though, oh, the government should take care of my retirement. The government should take care of my health care. The government should take care of my schooling. The government should pay back my loan. The government. What is this? And you realize that they have truly killed the true spirit of what it means to be an American, which is like, you got to be an entrepreneur. Like you're a self-starter. You find solutions. And maybe that's also why we don't have as much innovation as we used to have in America. Because America used to be the place of dreamers, not like the dreamer, the illegal people, but I'm talking like the real dreamers, like people who believe that there's a thing called a plane. People who believe that, you can have light 24/7. You understand? People who came up with the telephone. I mean, like, you go through the annals of like American history and you see the things that American people have invented. Black people, white Americans, Black Americans, Latino Americans, I mean, you name it, right? But American people all together, right? The stuff that people used to create in this country, crazy. You understand? And I'm like, if we had the same energy, we had the same people with the same kind of drive, this thing with China will not even be a thing. The Chinese are doing this because they can. Because today we have people who think that capitalism is evil, being an entrepreneur is diabolical, being rich is diabolical. Like, I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy, right? We have people who think that making money makes you a bad person. We are teaching people to be average. We are teaching people, you have to fit in, be like everybody else. You should be like everybody else. Well, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? This is so bizarre. You understand? This is the country like the Thomas Edison, the Henry Ford. I mean, you give me there wasn't Benjamin Banneker. I mean, you just name it. Like this is the land of inventors. It is the land of innovators. And today they have turned people into panhandlers. This is America. And there are people who get offended by being told they have to go back to work. Can you imagine? Because they don't care. They do not care. This is the same America where John Kennedy stood outside and he said, don't ask what your country can do for you, but ask what can you do for your country instead. And nobody got offended. Today, if you said that today, they're like, oh, what do you mean? My mental health, I'm already doing too much. Oh my gosh. Woo, wow. Unbelievable. So I'm like, all the stuff that China is doing it because they can. I'm like, the terrorist stuff, sure, let's see how that goes. But I just feel like the main thing that you have to work on is the American spirit. It is gone. It is gone. When we were kids and we learned about, what's his name, Benjamin Franklin, and he was out here playing with the kite, and that's how he discovered electricity. The genius of Thomas Edison, how they call him, like the Wizard of Menlo Park, right? You think about, like, what's his name, the Commodore, Cornelius Vanderbilt, and how he built these rail lines and he connected the east to the west to the south. Like, you know what I'm saying? Great financiers, like, what's his name? Like JP Morgan. There was a time where people really said America has to be number one, not just a president. Donald Trump is good for you, but I'm like, ultimately, if the vast majority, America, that's what made people dream. Because the American people, it was like, and I'm telling you this as somebody who's from Africa, but it's like, oh, the American people, whatever they set their mind to, they can do it. Because it was the people who didn't wait for anybody. They set the trend. They set, like, it was, oh, wow, like the Americans. You know what I mean? People used to look up to America. You know, this was the place of inventors. Like, it's the place of innovators. You study AT&T and the Bell Labs. It's the man's name, huh? The man who came up with the phone, whatever. You know what I'm saying? AT&T, like Hewlett Packard, IBM, you name it. The place of the computer, the motherboard. Them things were so big. So what the heck? This is the country that came up with the microchip. Today, the stuff is all the way gone in the Vietnam, in the Taiwan. How did it go to Taiwan? Why is it in Taiwan? Because the people don't care. That's why I tell y'all, I hate socialism with everything that's in me. This is nice. Me gusta. I like it. You know, it's gone, Kevin. And today we are living in an era of like, oh, I want money. I need welfare. I need this. I'm like, we are still young. Like, America's not even like, even though like you can say that 400 years is like a long time, but it's still, I'm like, maybe America could have another 200 years, another 300 years, right? If the people were about their life. But no, they're already tired. I'm like, what the heck? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, bring the factors if you want to. Bring the tariffs if you want to. But because we don't have a driven people, it's not going to work. I mean, I really don't see it working. You know? If we had like the Wright brothers, like with their whole goofy ass plane, they tried that thing so many times and they failed. They almost died. They kept doing it. You know, because the American people, they don't give up. Like, if they really want something, they're going to find a way. You know, even Hollywood, it used to be a place that made you dream of coming to America, being an American. Like, today, no, it's the sex worker, it's the LGBTQ, it's being a drug dealer. It's like, what is this? Right? They used to have movies that made you dream. They used to have movies that made you want to be a patriot. They used to have movies that made you want to be an astronaut. They used to have movies that made you want to go work in some science lab somewhere and be a badass, like have a PhD in chemistry. No, today it's all about LGBTQ, doing drugs in high school, you know, being a lesbian or a non-binary, wump. Like, what is all this? What's all this? What's all this? We grew up like, I know my generation, like we have like Armageddon, we have the Patriot. What is this? Okay. Near you see, just to see you dreaming. Woo! Okay. Right? Even songs. We had songs that actually made sense. We had songs that made people want to get married. Today's like, pop, 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 pop. When I see you, I'm going to shoot you. Fuck you. I don't need you. Fuck a ninja. Fuck. I'm like, oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, Lord Jesus. I said, oh, Lord Jesus. What's all this trash? What's all this trash? Right? We had songs like, we ain't getting younger. We might as well do it. Okay? Let's get married. No. Today's like, oh, fuck you. I don't need you. F you. You ain't shit. Da, da, da. Like, what kind of music is this? Like, what is going on with these people? Right? We have a cultural problem. America has a cultural problem. And if you don't fix this cultural problem, you can put all the tariffs in the world you want. You can keep blaming other countries as much as you want, but it starts here. China is doing what China does because China can, because the people have allowed this to happen. People have lost their desire to compete. Can you believe that even at Harvard, at Yale, after the election, they have to give people days off to cope with the outcome of the election? What the heck? Allegedly, these are some of the most intelligent kids in the world, but they need a day off to cope with an election that only gonna last for 4 years. Milk and cookies at Harvard, and like the counselors are available for anybody who's having a hard time with the result of the election. Like, what? Right? We grew up. We have movies about people who went to MIT. Right? Remember that one movie with Matt Damon where he was like, he was a janitor and he was able to solve this equation, right? We had movies growing up. You would see all kinds of American people on the TV be geniuses, okay? Like, damn, I want to be smart like that too, huh? No. Today, it's all kinds of foolishness. They go to school, they have movies about going to college to discover that you're queer. You're all about best queer life in college. Like, what is this? Because people are selfish now. They don't feel as though they owe anything to their country. Even when they vote out of spite. They don't even read the policy. Oh, I don't like you, so I'm going to vote against you. But why? Did you actually read the policy? Then what policy? They vote out of spite. They vote to be petty. They vote to be mean. This is what they do with their right to vote. Foolishness. Utter foolishness. I'm like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. And maybe this is what happened in Rome, and then Rome fell apart. I don't know, right? But I'm like, it's really, really sad. It is truly, truly, truly sad. The right to vote is something seriously serious. You don't vote out of spite. You don't vote to be petty. You don't vote against someone just because you don't like how he looks or I don't like what he said. It happens, right? Sometimes you're not going to like what a person said, but that does not take away from the fact that you still have to educate yourself about the policies of this person. You might not like what he said, but you might like the agenda. No, I don't like what he said, so I'm not going to vote for him. And that's why I do believe that if you truly want to save America, we're going to have to put in place a test so that people can earn the right to vote. People have to people have to show up at a testing center, prove that they have earned the right to vote because they actually studied, they actually care. I'm starting to realize like you should not just give people the right to vote just because they're born somewhere, especially when you have a wealthy ass country. The wealthier the country, the harder it should be to vote. Because it's too much. It's just too much money on this elevator. It's just too much money. Too much money on the line to just allow just goofy ass people the right to vote just so they can be petty, just so they can be tribal, just so they can be in their feelings. They're just ridiculous. Okay, we gotta have at least like 100 questions. You gotta have like 100 questions on government, taxes. I don't know, all kinds of stuff. International policy. You gotta have all kinds of questions, and you gotta have at least an 82 or above to have the right to vote. And you have to renew your license every 10 years. Okay, just so we can make sure that you're a voter that truly has America's best interest at heart. Because this is sad. And I hope you guys see it, huh? You guys see this. So if you don't fix this in the next 10 years, this trade deficit with China can grow to even $1 trillion. Because you have people who don't want to do shit. Right? They don't want to go to work. They don't want to work next to their coworkers. How can a company truly have real innovation if nobody's in the office? You got to be together. But they hate their coworkers. They don't want to learn to get along with their fellow coworkers. This has to be a sick joke. They don't want to go to the office. They don't even care about these offices. And yet these are the offices that paid their job. You see, once upon a time too, show you guys. The American employee was somebody who was grateful to have a job. They were grateful to have a career. They loved their job. They took good care of their companies, right? And companies took good care of them too. They got along with their coworkers. They knew their coworkers. You see, there's a certain culture of success. There's a certain culture of community. There's a certain culture of innovation that has truly left America. And like me, it really makes me sad. It really does. America has its flaws, and some people might feel, oh, well, that's your karma. You deserve to get punished for killing all these Muslims. I can see that part, but I'm like, this country, though, has been a nation that has done so much, so much. And to see what these goofy ass liberal people, these goofy ass progressive, socialist, Marxist, communist people have done to the Americana spirit, man, it's really sad. It's really, really sad. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't see how you fix it. I really don't see how you fix it unless you have a serious cultural shift. But the sad thing is, the left, I don't see these people ever coming back to being somewhat in the center. So like, okay, we've done enough. It's time to get back to work, and it's truly time to get back to a place where we can make sure America remains successful. These people are just too damn selfish. They're too damn selfish. They're too damn tribal. They're too damn crazy. They are crazy. They're selfish as fuck. They're not patriotic. They don't love this country. They're just evil. They want this nation to implode. So I don't know. I really don't know. Hold on. Let this man play the video, child. This is getting money out of China.
Enormous amount of capital flowing out of China. It was reportedly $1 trillion last year. The government has made it tougher to get money out, and I imagine, I don't know if you've heard stories about or maybe dealt with situations where people had committed money and the Chinese side was earnest about it, but ran into trouble with the government. So what is the status of that?
I deal with this a lot. The answer, the two answers are, they either need to have a company outside of China. They usually will pop up in Hong Kong, or in
A subsidiary, you mean? Or
yeah, they'll have some subsidiary in Hong Kong, or even outside of China, like BVI, or Cayman is a common one. Or the second way out is that there are banks that will effectively loan to U.S. affiliates against the credit of the China company, and that is the most common way for them to get financing out. If they're a big company and they're credit worthy, that happens a lot.
So, yeah, what do you call it? We're sort of a back-to-back letter of credit.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Does just so you understand? I don't know if the Chinese side would issue.
Well, one way or another, with an LC or not, the money is showing up in the U.S. against the U.S. affiliate, but they're looking for repayment from the Chinese parent company.
Years now. Doesn't seem that long. It goes by really quickly. But yeah, I've been in China for almost 7 years. And during that time, I've never had to transfer my money, the money that I make in China. I've never had to transfer it to my account in the United States, because I always had enough money in my bank account in the United States to automatically pay the phone bill and, the VPN and all of that stuff. But now, it's like I'm starting to get messages like declined because, insufficient funds and things like that.
I don't think it's impossible, but I'm like, it would take both parties to get involved. Like Republicans and Democrats, like they would have to do that because they have polarized. I feel like people treat politics like it's sports. Like I am team red, I am team blue. And it's like, you need to be team America. Okay. All right. First and foremost. Right. But it's like today politics is more so about the person. If I like Trump, I'm going to be crazy MAGA, crazy Republican. Right. If I don't like Trump, I'm going to be an extreme liberal. But it's like, that's not even what it should be, because Trump will come and Trump will go. Okay. Trump will die. He's a person. America will stay. America is going to outlive Trump, is going to outlive all of us. So it's like we got to make decisions for what is good for America and not just based on, I like this person, I don't like this person. And this is how people are voting. Okay, this is how people are voting today. They're like, people are just so immature. And I feel like maybe that's why you got to have a test. Because I feel like if you take the test, if we have a test for the right to vote, then you're going to get the mature people, right? Because it's going to be about knowledge. Now, if you've shown all this knowledge and you still want to be immature, you still want to be tribal, you still want to be team blue, team red, well, good luck with that, right? But I'm like, we truly have to make sure that the right to vote is really in the hands of people who truly, truly care about what's in the best interest of America. Because I'm like, to me, I'm like, it's just going to get worse. If we keep going this way, oh no, this deficit with China is going to be crazy. And not even just China, with most countries in the world, because people will be too busy trying to fight each other than to say, let's put our differences to the side. And what do we have to do to make sure that America is number one, right? Because if America fails, we all do, but they don't care. They don't care because I don't like Trump. So I want to see this stuff if this country could just implode so that Trump can't get to be president for another day, they will do just that. Because their hatred for that man surpasses what's good for everybody else, including what's good for them. They don't care. This man just has to go. And if he doesn't go, America has to fail. It doesn't matter how many people get destroyed. It doesn't matter how many lives get destroyed. It doesn't even matter if their own children's lives get destroyed. I'm like, these people are just crazy to me. Yeah, and because they it's a generation that grew up with no Bible in church. You don't mention God at school, but you can talk about the LGBTQ, which now really is a religion in itself, right? Because I'm like, LGBTQ to me, they have everything you need to create a religion. I think to me today, the LGBTQ stuff, it's a religion. It's a religion, right? These are not just, it's not just a community. These are adherents, okay? Like it's a religion. They have a symbol, they have a Messiah, they have their holy books, that they have it all. There's nothing that you have in the Christian faith that you can't find in the LGBTQ community, right? And this is how the vast majority of kids today are being brought up, because they're going to public school, you know? And they don't learn patriotism in public school, right? They do not learn the love of America in public school. They learn the love of self. What do I need? Which pronouns do I need? My feelings, my this, my that. They don't learn any kind of service in public schools, right? Yeah, it really is, yeah, right? Like the queer is a sect, right? The trans is a sect, the non-binary wumpty-wump, that's another sect, right? These people are going to school and they're not even learning the love of country, right? When I first moved here, for example, when I first moved to the States too, like you had to get up and do the whole Pledge of Allegiance and stuff like that, right? You know, like, you know, it was a thing. They would do the Pledge of Allegiance. You would also have to sing the song, the national anthem, right? But today's like, child, even that's a problem, right? So more and more today, a lot of people are learning that it's okay to be an American, but to be anti-American. And that to me is really sad, right? I think no country is perfect. If you find something in your country you don't like, I think you should talk about it. But I think that you should try to be the solution, not say, well, my country does this, so therefore I hate my country and I want to see my country burn. Are you actually okay? Okay. It's like, no, if there's something you don't like, you should get involved and you should try to fix it because you don't like it, right? So try to fix it. But you can't give up on your own country though, because where are you going to go? What else do you have? Are you okay? You know? So, but we grew up like that. Like I moved here in 96. Like you had to get up. You had to do the Pledge of Allegiance. You had to sing the national anthem. And then you could start with the whole school day, whatever. But every school day started with Pledge of Allegiance, national anthem. Right? Like you have to show love to the flag. You know? And today, I don't even know if these kids even know the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay? I will ask Tracy. I don't think they do. Even Stephon, I will ask them, like, I don't think they have a flag in their classrooms. I don't even know. Now I think about it. We went to Stephon's class one time. I can't recall if I saw the American flag in the classroom, right? You know what I'm saying? But we used to have the American flag in the class. We used to have the American flag in the office, in the front office. You used to have the American flag, you know, also like just swinging in the air, even on school campus. You know? Even for as much as I understand those who are really upset with what's going on in Palestine, but you will never see people actually grab the American flag, burn the American flag, step on the American flag. Like, whoa, what are we doing? What are we doing? Okay? People got too comfortable. People gotten way too comfortable. You know, there's too much anti-American feelings in America coming from American people themselves. That is crazy. That is really, really crazy. How can you hate your own country? Where are you going to go? Do you have anywhere else? Do you have another passport somewhere? Do you have another birth certificate somewhere? No, you don't. Okay? So it's like, you might want to stop. Hold on, you guys. Let me wash my hair real quick.
That's always like, got to put money back in that account. When I was in New York in February, I tried to do this. And that wasn't easy either. Even from New York, I went to the main headquarters of the China Construction Bank. And I thought I would be able to go to them and say, hey, I have an account at this bank in a branch in China. And they were all kind of surprised just, hearing that. But I was like, yeah, I want to deposit money from my Chinese bank account into my Bank of America account. Everybody was like, no, you can't do that. You have to do that from China, So it's like, oh man, that was one of my main missions, to go back to New York just to try.
Yeah, it's really hard to take money out of China. Let's see this, because allegedly Terrence Howard went on the Patrick David show to say some crazy stuff. Let's see.
There's a short life in
why do you think that is with the creative side?
Well, because losing out money, you got to take drugs. You're going through so much shit to try and deal with life. You are literally, it's an unhealthy space. And so eventually you're going to go too far. You know, who knows what happened to Philip? Who knows what he had to do in order to get to where he was at? There's a lot of things that people do that end up sitting and they can't get over it. And they got to keep getting high, hoping to get it out of their head. You know, but when you lose your man card, that's the only thing I can think of. You lose your damn man card.
What is that? What do you mean by that?
You give up your ability, your right to being a man. A man don't take it, a man gives it. So when you give up that man card, you don't get that back.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't get that back. You come into this world as a man one time. You give up that right for anything, for fear of being hurt, fear of somebody doing something, for wanting to gain something. When you give up that man card right, you lose some spiritual energy that has always been pushing through. Like if a woman gives up her womanly right of being a mother and taking care of her family and do all those things, when you give up those things, but when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Get punked out and pimped out by some greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man. So I believe that's a big problem with a lot of the actors out there because they get fluid. And next thing you know, once you go fluid, it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
You don't have any foundation to pull yourself back from. So maintain your man card, no matter what.
Man, I mean, you know, one of the things you're seeing, you went to a whole different place.
Sorry.
No, I get it. So you see some guys struggling with that. You see Bieber struggling with that. You see some of these guys struggling with that.
They can't get it out of their head. They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did, no matter how they did it, whether they were drunk or high or whatever, you gave up your man card. You need therapy. And that's the thing that hurts them the most. And so they end up on drugs, end up every way to try and get rid of any principles there are. And that's what the business does. And the women that trade their bodies to go and get the role, they get to the point where they have their Oscar, they have their money, but they don't have their dream. They don't have the soul that they started with. So it's like achieving don't mean anything. If I get all the Nobel Prizes from doing all of this, but in the process, I have to trade out all of my integrity to do it so that they can stay in place. What benefit is that if I lose my integrity? You got to go in as a principal. And what we were brought in here as men. We produce 1,500 sperm per heartbeat for a reason, because the aggression is necessary. You don't trade that in, no matter what.
Did you ever have the opportunity where you got invited and you said no to it?
Hell yeah.
What was the consequences when you said no?
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and play the music. And he's sitting there, just looking at me. I'm waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you. That's what my assistant said. And I was like, oh, okay. Now I get it. So now no more communication. Now you know to be hands off with somebody. A number of producers come in to make the approach, and you threaten to punch them in the mouth, or threaten to knock their head off for talking to you or looking at you like you're a woman. When you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction back.
You know what? Let me tell you something. Can we be real? Can we be real? Right? Because I've been outside. Even with Black America, I've been outside since like 1996, right? Even before them, but I came in 1996. But I'm saying even here too, in Black America too, like, that's why people were really like on the down low too. Because if you walked up to a Black American man and you talk about this foolishness, he gonna beat your ass. He was really going to beat your ass. Like, he doesn't even want to hear it. What are we even talking about? What are we even talking about right now? You said what to who? You want to do what to who? He will beat your ass. Right? And if you guys remember when all this obsession with homosexuality and LGBTQ, when all that stuff really started, right? Black America was not really down for that stuff. Black America used to be the last frontier, especially the Black church. Because they're like, what the heck? Because once upon a time, the Black church in America was truly, truly about the Bible. Like, you gonna do what to who? Do who, what? What is going on here, right? You understand? People wouldn't even want to hear that. Today, they're like, oh, tell me more. How would you do it? What does it feel like? What? You gonna do what? You right? Because we know curiosity will lead to temptation. Right? Curiosity will lead to temptation. If somebody tells you something that's not right, if you don't listen to it, oh no, be quiet. Like Jesus said to Peter, get behind me, Satan. You're not going. It's not going to live in your head. But when you sit there, right? This term, when you sit there and you listen to it, you entertain it. They put it in the music, and that's why I said one day all this stuff is going to be revealed. Now, even the vast majority of these rappers, they're down low people. But once again, they're chosen. They're all chosen, right? Many of these rappers are down low people. Many of these rappers are bisexuals, right? That's why they act so tough. They act so gangster. They act so dangerous. They're overcompensating. They're trying to fool you into believing that they have a real manhood, okay? They're trying to fool you. If you're really a man and you are really confident in your manhood, why are you so violent? Why are you so extra? Why do you call women the B word? Why do you have to sleep with all these people, right? But it's all sexual indiscipline. It's all sexual immorality, right? And what they do is they get you to like people first. And because you like that person so much, you become okay with it. You want to start learning more about it. You want to go do research and this, and that. And before you know it, you're consumed by it because now you're curious. You want to know what it feels like because you heard so much about it, you've read so much about it, and next thing you know, boom, 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 boom. So he's saying it's true. Men and women are doing it to have a role, to be famous, to have a Grammy, to have an Oscar. And it's funny how even for Halle Berry to get the Oscar, she had to do Monster Ball where these white men were doing all kinds of choo-choo-choo stuff on her, right? I'm like, girl, they ran a train on you. But after all these white boys run a train on her in Monster Ball, then she gets an Oscar, right? And people see this and they still want to be famous. They still want to go to Hollywood. They still chasing these white people trinkets, knowing dang well the only way you're going to get these trinkets from these white people is if you bend the knee to their perversion. Right? Why are people so attracted to go to Hollywood, to being famous, to want to have Grammys is beyond me. Because you know what happens in there, huh? If you do not worship at the altar of sexual perversion, immorality, and you don't denounce God, you ain't going to make it. So that's why when you start seeing people having stuff, people say, yeah, they sold their soul to the devil. And they know exactly what we mean by that. Because that's exactly what you have to do. Because why you? Right? Even that girl Doichi, that'll be funny. Even that girl Doichi, for her to have a Grammy, rap Grammy of the year, yeah, sure, whatever, right? I hope she didn't do anything nefarious. I truly pray to God that she did not do anything nefarious because these people, they just handpick people. She was selected. Doichi, they picked her and they picked her for a reason. She knows what concessions she made. She knows. White people don't do nothing for free. White people don't give nothing for free. They're not going to make you famous for free. You're not going to have the little trinkets for free. You're not going to be on the cover of their magazines for free. You're not going to go to their fashion shows for free, right? And y'all know, whatever the white man give it, the white man take it, right? They'll make you famous for a season. And on your way out, they'll talk about you. They'll run press about you. They'll turn to an addict. They'll destroy your life, right? But I'm like, that girl, she was selected. Cardi B, selected. They handpicked these people because they have a plan for the youth. They have a plan of destruction for young people. For Doichi to say, oh, a red flag is a straight black man or a heterosexual man is a red flag, it's a red flag. I'm like, oh, there you go. We know she was chosen. Okay, so that fame she has out of nowhere, somebody's telling me it's my anxiety, whoa, anxiety. I'm like, oh, what exactly did you do that now you're anxious? Okay, She was selected. And you'll see. You will see. Even that boy, Montero, Lil Nas X, selected. But now it's like he took it too far. They don't really know how to use him anymore. So, whatever. They went and found somebody else. Right? Racism in America. That's exactly what it looks like. You will have to sell your soul. And when they use you, when they prop you up, it's because they want you to attract the masses. Bring us these Black children. Bring us these Black souls. Bring us these Black people with all this potential that we can just quell their lights and send these people straight into perdition. That's what racism is. It's not like, oh, you the N-word and you go over here. No. They're going to control everything you love. They're going to control everything you see. And one day you'll just get up and go do something harmful to yourself. That's always, they're not going to touch you. There's a reason why white people are so obsessed with psychology and this, and that, because they love mind control. Mind control is way more powerful than using a weapon, what's it called? A swish, whatever, to beat somebody. No. If you control the mind of people, not only you control the people, but you control their children, right? If you control the mind of a mother, you control her kids. Doichi was picked, boo. She was picked out of nowhere. Like, what? I'm like, what song this girl wrote that's so impressive that she got Grammy? Grammy for what? No, child, they picked her. Okay? She was selected. They pick you. They will bloop, 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 bloop. They pick you. So she knows. She knows. Right? She knows. That's what they do. And most likely, too, Nikki, when her time came, she don't want to be picked all the way. That's why they give her a Grammy. And that's why they keep giving Grammys to other people who are not as good as her to spite her. Because you understand, if you don't bend the knee to these people, they will do everything in their power to destroy your career. If Nicki Minaj did not have a strong fan base, child, this girl, she might have jumped off a bridge. What do I know? Okay? But everybody's picked. Diddy, he was picked. Because Diddy also, it could be that Diddy is bisexual. And that's why he's so damn violent like that. That's why he beats on these women like that. Right? Because sometimes when you really want to be a homosexual, but you can't really be a homosexual, and you feel like you're being forced to be with these women, you beat their asses because you want to be with a man right now, but you're forced because of society, your anxiety, society. Oh, my anxiety. You start beating on these girls. Right? But we're not stupid. Everybody out here is chosen. Everybody is picked. Even Kanye. Kanye, he agreed to be picked. Then somewhere along the way, he tried to change. He wanted to change the contract. Kanye knows exactly what he did. But his issue too, like he struggles with taking accountability. He truly, truly struggles. Kanye wanted to be famous. It's all over his music. Okay? He wanted to be famous. He wanted to be rich. Okay? But then later on, like, oh, but I want to, you agreed to the terms of the contract before they made you famous. Why do you want to change now? So that's why he could. That's why he was never, ever, ever going to be with the black woman. That's not going to happen. For the level of fame he wanted, it couldn't happen. They needed a black man to legitimize that sex work family, and he agreed to do it. Okay. Because that family, too, they work for them. When Kanye said that Hillary Clinton has Kim Kardashian on speed dial, like Hillary Clinton just called Kim Kardashian nonstop for what? You think it's for what? Oh, Kim, can you tell me how to decorate my house? Or Kim, can you please send me an extra pair of Skims? Like, seriously? No. She calls Kim to make sure that Kim does the job that she's supposed to do. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. I'm going to play another video after this one. Oh, okay, Kevin. Yeah, it is midnight, huh? It's crazy. It really is crazy. Well, Kevin, let him finish. He's almost like 2 minutes more. Hold on, wait.
It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept. So always be the man in the room. And that's always been my whole thing. And have lost businesses because I don't bend over in that way. I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that shit because the man card means everything.
I had no idea we're going to go this direction with the podcast. This is absolute. But listen, we've talked about it. We've had a lot of the guys on to talk about this stuff. Are you done with Hollywood because of this specific reason?
I'm still working. I still You know, I haven't made the money necessary to do all of the other stuff. So I still have to go and do the chitlin circuit. I still have to do the job that I need to. But eventually, I've done what I set out to do, which was to redefine the universe. I've proven what I've set out to do. And that's why I have all the patents. Whether they evaluate it or not, that's up to them. But I've done the work and finished it. Now I can go on and do whatever else we need to do. Hi, everyone. My name is Terrence Howard. I'm an actor, but in the field of science also. So if you would like to connect with me, you can connect with me on Connect, the QR.
You know, so I'm washing my hair, right? But you see how he's saying, like, do you see how he said, like, I'm like, you guys, I'm telling you, what Hollywood in the next few years, like maybe a couple years to come, you'll see the kind of black people that get awards out of Hollywood are going to be the straight black people who have gay scenes, who have sex with gay, you know what I'm saying? They do the woman and the man, right? And then after that, once they get enough people to be down with that, right? Then they'll have the scenes with the black man who has sex with a trans woman. Then they have scenes with the black woman who has sex with the trans man, right? Because they use the media to normalize that kind of stuff, because they know black people are more likely to watch TV than they are to read a book. You understand me, right? So when you know that somebody is way more is way more influenced by media than they are through literature, right? You use the movies to start shaping their mind to be okay with this kind of stuff, right? They use the movies. Like, think about what Players Club did to black culture, right? Players Club legitimized being a stripper to so many black girls. It made it ideal. Oh, I can't wait to grow up and go dance naked in a strip club, right? How many young black girls have been molded by Players Club and whatever Lisa Ray did in that movie, right? To fast forward now, we have the likes of the Cardi B. It's like real life imitating a movie, right? Cardi B, stripper, goes on Love and Hip Hop, becomes super famous, start having Grammys. Now she's at these Paris fashion shows and the Milan fashion shows and this and that. But it all came from a movie, Players Club, right? So what's going to happen when you start seeing the men that you thought were heterosexual agree to male sex scenes in the movie, right? Then more and more and more, you'll see more black male celebrities say, oh, you know, I'm coming out of the closet. I'm coming out of the closet, right? And then it's going to go into the trans women, because these people will not stop. Let me tell you something. These people will not stop until everybody agrees that a trans woman is a woman, right? So how can you really do this, right? Because you can talk about the law, you can talk about like women and trans women in sports, whatever. But if you can get a man, especially when we talk about black community, right? If you can get a black man, like a Denzel Washington of the like, that black women really, really look up to, and get that man that's heterosexual, that all the black women want, and you can get that man to have a sex scene with a trans woman, then that's going to open the way for more and more black men to start going to red carpets with their trans woman girlfriend. They're not going to stop. This whole trans stuff, it really is a religion. It's not a joke. It's a real religion. Like, these people they don't just happen to be trans. These people believe in the faith of transsexuality. And they will not stop until everybody confesses that a trans woman is a woman. So if as a male actor, if you're a black male actor and you're heterosexual and you've traditionally had sex scene with a woman, well, a trans woman is a woman. So you also need to have a sex scene with her also. And does not matter if the person still has a PP or not, right? And that's why I say America is racist, because they use black people as these weird guinea pigs for whatever kind of demonic ideologies they have going on in their heads. right? And that's why they had to make sure that the Bible was no longer in the church. Like you see, they've been working on this for a very long time, you guys. It was always to get us here. In order to get people to commit the most abominable things. And it's not even, and you know, the thing is, the thing about these crazy people is that you really start to realize that they themselves know that God is real. You understand? Because you could start thinking like, oh, you know, maybe they're doing this because they want us to go commit sins. They want us to be perverted. No. I mean, of course they do, but most important thing is that they want you to trigger God. You know, these crazy sick ass white people, I have come to realize that they truly know that God is real. And it could really be that they understand that Black people is a chosen people. So what's going to hurt God more than to pick a people that God truly loves and to get that people to go to do stuff that God truly hates, right? Imagine a parent, and that parent has a favorite child. I mean, it does happen. This is what it is, right? But you take a parent's favorite child and you get that parent's favorite child to go do something so crazy. You already know. When that parent finds out, their heart is going to be shattered in 1,000 pieces. Because they'll say, this was my favorite child. This is the daughter that I love so much. This is the son that I love so much. How could a child that I have loved so much do this to me? How could a daughter that I have loved so much do this to me? You understand? Right? So it's not even just to get you to hurt yourself. They want you to trigger God because they want God's judgment to be against your head and your children and your grandchildren. Because believe these demonic people, they know the word. They know the word. Because God said the curses, it goes for like how many generations, right? So if you do something that triggers the anger of God, you already know it's like 4 generations that are cursed. It's all intentional. And the problem is, because, you know, I really think maybe this one has to be studied. I don't know what kind of tribe the people came out of Israel, the tribe of the Jacob, not Israel, the nation, the military state of Netanyahu, but I'm like Israel, Jacob of the Bible, right? But I do believe that when it comes to Black America, I think there's definitely a covenant with Black America, because to go from slavery, coming here naked, not having anything, coming out of slavery, right? God definitely has a covenant with Black America. And I feel like maybe Black Americans themselves don't even realize it. So maybe that's why it's easy to play with them like that, right? But there comes a time that you have to realize that God has done a lot for Black America. Because if it was up to these white people, everybody would be dead. They did it in Argentina. If you ever take the time to study what these white people did in Argentina, they killed all the Black people. They murdered them, okay? They killed them all. They're dangerous people. I can tell you all this, okay? But when you consider everything that Black America has been through in this country, the fact that they're still alive, you're like, wow, it has to be the grace of God. Because had they been really, if God really was not watching over these people and they were just left in the care of these white people, they wouldn't exist. They wouldn't exist, right? So God definitely has a covenant with Black America. He has been watching over them. And I think because God has been watching over them and because a lot of evil white people, their plans did not materialize, it has triggered some severe jealousy and severe hatred against Black Americans. So the goal now is, okay, since we can't really kill you because we tried, but y'all still standing, we need y'all to kill yourselves. And we need the God that has been watching over you to truly turn his back on y'all. Because once he turns his back on you, then we can have our way with you people. You understand? And that's why for as long as possible, you can see these people attacking the Black church, attacking it like, you know, like little by little, like pow, 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 pow. Even this MLK dude, like I'm telling you, like coming and bringing politics to the church. Then you realize like he was surrounded by a bunch of homosexuals. I mean, child, it's kind of bizarre. It really is bizarre, y'all. It's bizarre, y'all. It's very, very bizarre. It's bizarre, girl. It's weird, girl, right? Turning the altar of God into a pedestal of politics. Sir, are you actually okay? And you start to realize, just because he kept saying these Christian words of the little Christian spiel, this man did not have the fear of God in him. Dr. King, he didn't respect God. He didn't fear God. He did not fear God. Okay, you fast forward, look where we are now, right? But I do believe they will not stop encouraging perversion in the Black community until God really gets so triggered that there is a curse so big that befalls the people, of which the consequences are going to be catastrophic. I'm telling you. I'm not even telling you. And I'm going to say this to you. And you know who will suffer the most? Because I see it a lot. Black women. Black American women will suffer the most. They will suffer more than Black men. But I'll tell you, how in the book of Revelation, the lady that has the baby, and then she's just running. She ain't got no protection. The dragon is chasing after her. Do y'all remember? If you read the book of Revelation, right? There's a woman in there who has a child, and she's running and running and running, and she's like, there's nobody there to save her, right? And that dragon is chasing behind her. Child, there shall be weeping in the land, and the loudest weeping will come from the woman. It's not a joke. It is not a joke. I'm like, this story of Adam and Eve, look about Adam and Eve, the more you live, the more and more it becomes believable. Because women were deceived in the garden, and they're still being deceived today. They are still being deceived today. Okay? They're still being deceived today. But I'm like, these goofy ass people, they will not stop. They will not stop until they get to, because they know God is very patient with his anger. The Lord, he's extremely patient with his anger. And that's why people think he's not alive or he's not real, because it takes a long time for God to act, right? And we also saw in the book with Noah, right? When he gave the ark, he said he made a promise that he would never flood the earth like that again, right? But we have seen what happens when God gets triggered, and we have seen what happens when God turns his head away from his people, including the people that he loves very, very much. When God turns away from you, my Lord. And I'm telling you, if real Christians, if real godly people, if the real children of God do not stand up, something really, really, really bad is going to happen. Like me, I think maybe by 2050, if things don't change, 25 years from now, it's going to be really sad. But at least 50 years, I truly don't see it. I don't see, what I see, it's really dark. It is really, really dark. It's really, really dark. And this is why they've been chipping away at the church, the faith, the Bible, removing the Bible, teaching people to be God in their own eyes, teaching people that their own reason is enough. You're smart enough. You're intelligent enough. Your reason, read a book, go to a podcast, a celebrity, an influencer, and this, and that, right? They have been laying the groundwork for the people to completely turn their hearts away from God and to start engaging with these weird religion, these sexual practices. It's just debauchery. And there will be punishment for that. There will be. And I've already told y'all, I said, you guys, there's going to be a new strain of AIDS, like HIV AIDS, that people have never seen before. You will see new diseases. There will be new sexual diseases that people have never heard of before. They have never seen before. These things will be so resilient. They'll be resilient to medicine, therapeutics, antibiotics, you name it. People will start dropping like flies. It is, if anybody who's read the Bible knows how it goes, okay? If anybody who has read the Bible knows how it goes. How the devil goes after God's chosen people. How slowly but surely the people start to get seduced. They turn their hearts away from God. And God keeps sending the prophet. Prophet number 1, they don't listen. Prophet number 2, they don't listen. They probably did, Kevin. Okay, prophet number 3, they don't listen. God keeps sending the prophet to warn these people. Stop doing this. Stop doing this. Repent. Stop doing this. God will have certain people who are big and powerful fall just to wake people up. I'm here. Be careful. They'll keep doing. They get stubborn. They get stubborn. They get stubborn. Right. And I also feel like if you've been outside for a very long time, also, you should understand how it goes. And when you can no longer reason with people, when people no longer want to listen, when people become incredibly stubborn, you already know the work is done. They've been got. Right. When people no longer listen, they are quick to get upset. You can't reason with these people. They don't want to come back. They don't want to repent. They're gone. The soul has been bought. The mark is on them. They will be hit. That's just how it goes. Yeah, like anytime somebody stops listening, then you know death is not far. They will die. Like their death is imminent. They're gonna die soon. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what's going to happen. And that's why today it is so easy for the devil to deceive the masses, because the time of judgment is actually near. Remember how be funny, huh? The time of judgment is near. And it's sad. You guys, it's going to be so sad. And you will try to pray, and they'll be like, oh, pray for me. Do for me. You won't be able to, because it's already done. You see? And these people never learn. People don't learn. Right? People don't learn. But I'm like, we're coming. It's like we're nearing a time of judgment. And that's why sin is just rising so fast. And that's why so many people are easy to be seduced by sin. It's just so easy now to just believe in foolishness. Oh, I have an issue. Let me go be a sex worker. Oh, I need some money. Let me go sell my body. Let me go sell some drugs. Let me go kill my mother, kill my brother. Let me have sex with a child. Let me have, like people are easily falling into temptation. Why? Because judgment is near. And when judgment is near, the devil has to get as many people as quickly as possible. Right? Because if the judgment comes and you're caught in the sin, you belong to him. Right? Just like Jesus, the devil also is a snatcher of souls. Jesus came to save your soul. The devil wants to snatch your soul. They're both fighting for your soul. Unfortunately, a lot of people will give their souls to the devil. And the contract, once it's signed, it is signed. Nobody can save you. Maybe Jesus, I don't know. But like regular people praying for you, no, Kevin, it's a real thing. When people stop listening, like, oh, I want to do what I want to do. Don't talk to me. Oh, I want to do what I want to do. Perdition. It's not far. The deal has been signed. They're taken. And if you remember what Jesus said, whatever you bound on earth shall be bound in heaven. Whatever you release in the heavenlies will be released on earth, right? So when the soul has been bound, when the soul has been bought, on this, or spiritually, right, on this earth, there's nothing you can say to this person. They're gone. They're gone. And that's why when you'll see it for yourself, you're like, oh, Marlene told me, you will see it for yourself. When judgment starts to hit, it's going to be very, very sad. And it will, and I'm telling you this, listen to me carefully. First it's going to start with diseases. You're going to start hearing about diseases you never heard before. You will start hearing about diseases that you have never heard before. The kind of stuff they thought they could cure with antibiotics and even their goofy ass PrEP they got going on. Even PrEP, it won't work. Even PrEP will not work. And that's why the devil is so busy like this, trying to get as many people as possible to get involved in his foolishness, because he knows judgment is not far. And I'm telling you, so we shall see. And that's why anybody who believes in God, you see, Kevin, it's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad, Kevin. You will even see, even right now I'm sitting here, you guys, I have this vision of people will start having boils on their skin. They will try to hide it, but it's going to start to smell. There you go. You see? I even said before he said that. You will start to see stuff. I saw a vision, I saw a person boils from a sexually transmitted disease. They will start to see things they had never seen before, you guys. How there's a passage, remember how God talked about the plagues, he gonna send the plagues, the locusts, the this, the that. You guys, it's gonna be crazy. And then people gonna start remembering. See, it's coming to my head. People gonna start saying things like, wow, I wish I would have committed to one person. I wish I would have been with one person. I wish I would have committed to one person. Their medication will not work. You see, all of this stuff, right? It's human wisdom. It's the invention of men. Anything a human being creates, God can confuse it. Whatever you create, and we also need to understand, like, all the stuff we're able to create, like even the medication we create, is because God allows us to create this medication. It's because God allows us to create this medication. But your own medication, I used to work all the time. If God says no more, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Right? People are pounding their chest. Oh, I have prep. I feel invincible. There's gonna be something that even prep can't cure. Even prep cannot protect you of. Right? But I'm like, the vision I had, you guys, I saw a person with the boils, like boils on their arm, and the person was trying to cover that. But then it started to smell bad. But you see, it's kind of giving like you are hiding. Let me tell you what I see. It's given like you are hiding your sexual immorality. Then I put it on your body. Then you try to hide it. So I started making people be able to smell it. People will start to smell bad. People will start to go around people. They'll be like, I don't know. The person smells bad. It's not really because they smell bad physically. They'll just smell bad spiritually. They will have the stench about them spiritually. And the people will just back away. There's a smell. I don't know what it is. There's a smell. There's a smell. I'm seeing it, you guys. It's going to be really, really bad. It's going to be so bad. They'll try to hide it, but eventually it will come out. And they will have to tell the people that there's all kinds of diseases. You have to be careful. You got to protect yourself. You know? And I think maybe, hopefully, that's what it's going to take for a lot of people to bring themselves back to God. Because, you know, even when you read the Bible, it's sad because God talks to the people. God sends the prophet to the people still don't want to listen. It always has to be some plague, some deluge, you know, the flooding, you know, like human beings always need to be traumatized out of their minds to submit to God and to get on their knees and ask God for forgiveness. It's a very, very stubborn people, right? They don't like to be warned peacefully, calmly, you know, poetically. It's like it's always through violence that they then proceed to seek the love of God and the forgiveness of God. It never fails. They won't learn. In the Bible, it's the same thing. But God will send prophet after prophet after prophet after prophet. They don't want to change. You got to send a plague. You got to send the locust. You got to kill the firstborn. You have to send the flood. You got to send rain for like 200,000 days. You have to bring a famine. These human beings are something else. They're something else, all right? Okay? And I'm like, unfortunately, it's sad to say, because I'm not saying this for like, you know, rejoicing in this, but I'm like, you guys, it's gonna be really, really bad. It's gonna be so sad. It's gonna be so sad. And they will be, and they go, oh my gosh, what somebody told me? Oh, be quiet. People did tell you. You just didn't want to listen. You didn't want to listen. All these false idols, like every day you wake up, there's a new celebrity. Every day you wake up, somebody's going viral on Instagram, on TikTok, right? You think it's random to have all these people just pop? You know what I mean? No, because judgment is near. So he has to create as many false idols as possible to make people feel invincible. Look, you can be famous in 2 days. You can be famous in 30 minutes. Like, you know, you can be mega famous in a week, right? So you can feel like, wow, like a man can make himself and this, and he wants you to feel invincible. Because when you feel invincible, you will put your guards down and you start doing all kinds of foolishness, right? But I'm like, a lot of girls are going to be sick. And you know, the woman's body is way more fragile, right? Women are really, really fragile. They're really, really fragile, right? A woman's body should be like seriously sacred. But unfortunately, too, these women have decided to listen to all kinds of demonic people And they are allowing, they allow the filth to pervert their minds. So many women today are worshiping money versus worshiping God. As soon as they have a problem, let me go find a man to ask money. Let me go find a man to trick on me. Let me go find I can get money from a man. They don't say, oh, let me go seek God. Let me go spend time with God and see how he can give me an idea that I may be successful in my endeavors. No, let me go sell my body. Let me go sell my body. Let me go sell my body. You are crazy. You are truly crazy. But then again, we understand because judgment is near. Judgment is near. And that's why people, that's exactly when people start to act so deranged like this. Start acting so deranged. Like obsessed with shortcuts, obsessed with this, and that, because judgment is near. It's sad to say, but it's gonna be really, really sad, you guys. It's gonna be really sad. Okay. But it's midnight. You guys have to go to work also. But yeah, I'll be back in the morning. Don't worry about it. We'll do this tomorrow. I want you guys to get some rest. I'm here. I have it all in my head. You know? But I will say this too, though. If you have friends, like people that you love, you still pray for them too, though. It's never too late. It's never too late, Maybe somebody can truly be touched, right? Angels are real. God's power is real. But we truly have to pray for people. We have to pray for our people. And we truly have to pray for our women. Because in the book of Revelation, who's being pursued? It's the woman with her child running. And there's a dragon chasing after her. And like this stuff right here, it is so real. So, God, I shoot. May the Lord have mercy. But with the people also listen, it's really hard because there's so many liars out here. So many liars, so many lies. It's so many false prophets, false teaching, false idols. So much confusion. Okay. But I love y'all. I'll see you in the morning. The live is staying up. Okay. If you're white and you like me, I love you too. Okay. Don't take it personally. Right. And unpersonal. But I'm talking about the whole collective psyche. But America does have a problem. Okay. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Good night, Kevin. Good night, V. Good night, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Love y'all so much. Okay. Bisous.